No. So here's we left on a bit of a cliffy. To review, you guys had the great battle success against the boars and the minotaur and the wild boar. What was it? The dire boar. And you came back in town with your loot and with your. Did you bring two boar back or just one? I can't remember.
Just one. We did bring two?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I thought so. Yeah, I thought you brought two.
Or
And actually, then you brought them to Jill Barr's house and gave them to Renata for
big barbecue.
dressing, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Correct.
For the big feast that will be. And then you had the meeting with Sheriff or Mayor Deverin and Sheriff Hemlock, where you kind of debrief them on what happened, and then you met Shalelu.
who's Leilu?
Shalelu.
Shalelu. Who's that?
So Shalelu is an elven ranger that's sort of like a town guardian. She kind of disappears and comes in and out, but she's kind of she's going through the hinterlands, gathering intel, and then Mayor Deverin and Hemlock pay her for information and sometimes to take care of, issues with local goblin tribes, etc. And she had come, and Jill Barr had actually, and I think the whole group was with you, right, Jill Barr?
I believe for Shalelu, yes. And Sheriff Hemlock, Mayor Deverin, yes, we were all there.
Okay.
Nice.
So you're all there, and let me just grab that note here. And you went, you talked, and there were many things were revealed. And actually, let's review that for Bruno and probably for everybody. Let me just pull up that sheet. Hold on, I got the 200. So let me get down to that. Grim news from Mosswood. I think, as Jill Barr described Shalelu when you guys asked, Shalelu Andosana isn't quite a bounty hunter, a survivalist, or a mercenary, but rather a mix of all three.
Mm-hmm.
So she comes a couple times a year to buy supplies, never remains more than a few days. She stays at the Rusty Dragon because she's friends with a Mako. Near the end of each visit, she meets with Sheriff Hemlock and Mayor Deverin for a few hours at the garrison to give a report on the state of the hinterlands before she leaves town again. A pouch of gold at her side, so she gets paid for her info. They like her reports because they feel like she has unbiased insight into how the local farmlands are faring and to keep the town council abreast of what's going on in the hinterlands that they govern.
So when you say hinterlands, I mean, how far out is her purview? How far is she getting and coming back?
Let's see. Have I showed you a map of the Sandpoint hinterland? That might be useful.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me do that right now. Give me 1 second. 1 second here. I was just looking at earlier. Here we go. All right, I'll move you to this map. Do you guys see this map?
Mm-hmm.
Did the map change?
Yeah.
How was everybody's Christmas?
Oh my goodness, that was out of the blue.
Fabulous.
It was.
Yeah, we already talked about that before you got on. Sorry.
No. So thumbs up.
It was really good.
Good.
How about yours?
It was really good. Yeah.
Get any new games, Bruno?
No, yeah, no. It's all groovy. Nothing really went either way. The girls had fun, and that's all that matters.
Nice.
So where's the town, or is it not in this map of the hinterlands?
Yeah, so I'm pinging it.
Yeah,
You see
yep.
it?
Right there. Yeah.
So, and the map legend is, I don't know if there's a map distance legend, but the Tickwood is about 1.5 miles east, rather. I made it twice as far just for my own narrative flow. I
Is this
could
the
have put you guys in the
Tickwood?
Mosswood, probably would have made more sense.
Is this the
Tickwood is right here.
Gotcha.
This is the Tickwood. This is Shankswood. Here's the Nettlewood.
So those aren't really like mountains as much as
Mosswood.
they're small
Those
hills.
are just hills.
Yeah, this is the Devil's Platter. And there's some other stuff up south that you guys, but do you see the farmlands here where I'm pinging now? These are the hinterlands.
Okay.
Okay.
And then there's some moors over here. So, it's a pretty, I'd say probably as far as, it probably ranges out as far as 30, 40 miles.
Okay, that's a big area for
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
For one elven lass.
Yeah, maybe not that far, maybe 20, 25, but,
Mm-hmm.
she gets around, if you know what I mean.
Maybe she's not an elven lass.
Right.
That's true. You
Right.
just never know, do you, Rito? You just never
don't.
know.
Gather ye
Um,
rosebuds while you
Tubes
may.
with boobs.
Yes. Yeah, gather your boobies while you may.
Mm.
So, now Jilbar, I'm kind of reviewing this for you, Bruno, and for everybody, really. Jilbar knows that this latest visit to Sandpoint was unexpected because she'd only been in town a month ago and she wasn't expected for months. And she had requested an immediate meeting with Hemlock and Deverin, and that's when you all went there. And when you met her, she said the following. Well, let's just go over this. So this won't take long. Hemlock had noted that according to, let me get in character here. This is Shalelu. According to Shalelu, Sandpoint hasn't been the only place in the region that's had goblin troubles. In short, there's been an increase in goblin-related raids along the Lost Coast, particularly in the dale between the Nettlewood and Mosswood. So if you see where I'm pinging on the map?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
This is the Nettlewood up here.
Yeah.
And this is the Mosswood. Okay?
Okay.
Everyone see that?
Mm-hmm.
In fact, only a day ago, a farm south of Mosswood was burned to the ground by a group of goblins. Shalelu was thankfully nearby, and while the farm couldn't be saved, she did rescue the family and drive off the goblins. So that's good. But then he notes, it's obvious the goblin problem is not going away. And then he cedes the floor to Shalelu, and she says this, and I'm going to read it because it's only a couple paragraphs, and it'll bring everyone up to speed with what we had said last week. Sheriff Hemlock's told. Hold on, I got to get my Shalelu voice. And oh yeah, by the way, so she's got long. So she steps up and she has long blonde hair, and looks like studded leather, and elven.
Who plays
and
her?
looks,
Who plays her? Who plays her?
And she's got a. I actually, for lack of better casting, she is played, and I think it works by Galadriel's, the actress who plays Galadriel in the
Blanchett?
new. Yeah, no, Galadriel in
the new one.
the new
Okay.
series.
Morfed, whatever the hell her name is.
Yeah. That's her. Imagine her clad in, brown studded leather and a green, what do you call it? Cape with a sort of a leaf brooch, and she's got a dagger and a long sword and a arrow or a longbow strapped behind her. She looks pretty formidable.
Uh-huh.
She said, Bayless told me of your work against the goblins. Well done. I've dedicated the last several years of my life to keeping them from causing too much trouble around these parts. But they're tenacious and fecund little runts, like weeds that bite. And when she says that, she looks at DTD. There are 5 major goblin tribes in the region, and traditionally, they're pretty good at keeping each other in line with intertribal squabbles and the like. Yet, from what I've been able to piece together, members of all 5 tribes were involved in the raid on Sandpoint. A fair number of the Mosswood goblins I dealt with yesterday were already pretty beat up. There was a lot of chatter about Longshanks, who killed so many of them. Now that I've met you, it seems obvious from their descriptions who they were talking about. Seems like you made quite an impression. And at that, she glances over to Dojo. In any event, the fact that the 5 tribes are working together disturbs me. Goblin tribes don't get along unless they've got something big planned, and big plans require big bosses. I'm afraid that someone's moved in on the goblins and organized them. And judging by these recent raids, what they're organizing seems like bad news for all of us. And then at that, Hemlock thanks her and says that he's taking a few of his guards and going south to Magnamar to see about securing additional soldiers to Sandpoint for the next few weeks, at least until the extent of the goblin situation is figured out. While he's out of town, what's that? Sorry?
How far south is Magnamar from here?
Oh, that's a good question.
2 hours on the Amtrak D line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe another way to ask it is, how long do we expect Sheriff Hemlock to be out of pocket?
Well, we should probably establish how far Magnamar is, because it's going to keep coming up.
Fair.
Give me 1 second.
While Horton's pulling that up, everybody saw the gold distribution from the first 2 adventures.
Yeah, thanks, John.
Yeah, it's very,
No
very well
problemo.
done.
Did you email that?
Slacked it.
Add that to my deal.
Would you guys prefer email or Slack going forward?
I like Slack and Slack.
Well,
Slack.
no, it's because Slack disappears after a while.
Right.
So send an email.
Okay.
50 miles along the road through the hills at a speed of
Yeah, I was just
30 feet,
reading.
about a
It's
16-hour
crazy how
ride.
much. It's crazy how much data is on this. Yeah, so it's 54 miles, and depending on how you're traveling there, it could take 1 or 2 days. If you're in a hurry, you could do it in, like if you had post horses and all that, you could do it in like 10 hours.
Yeah, you're putting that horse up there.
So
we
yeah,
know
sorry.
Jill's made some good friends with the stabler, so we should be good there.
Yeah, see, I mean, you can assume
I
he's
slept
going to go
over.
down there.
You did sleep over.
He's going to go down there. They're not going to be, in a huge hurry. They're going to be not dicking around, but, a couple days down, a couple days to get guys. Probably gone a week, you're guessing, 6, 7 to 8. And in the interim, Sheriff Hemlock has asked Jill Barr and you guys, as you adventurers, to man the garrison, as it were, to hold the fort, to keep the town safe while he's gone. A big, he and Mayor Devron. Yeah, so this is a big deal. Now, while he's gone, he's also at Shalelu to sniff around Shankswood, Brinstump, Mosswood, and Devil's Platter, and other places where goblins live to see if she can discover more. So let's go back to the map and let me show you some of these places. Do you guys have the map that has the actual names on there, or is that just for the GM?
GM only.
Oh, okay. So where I'm pinging now is the Devil's Platter, this huge white area. Okay.
Why do they call it the Devil's Platter?
Because
You'll
it's a
find out
white
later.
area.
And then the Brinstump Marsh is down here this is Sog's Bay out here, and this is the Brinstump Marsh. Okay. Mosswood is over here. And Shankswood. Good old Shankswood, that's up here.
Yeah. So
I feel
this
like we're
map
gonna have
doesn't
a
really
flood.
show roads.
Yeah, it does.
ostensibly-
Well, you don't see them. I see them.
Yeah. Okay.
Where we're going, we'll need no roads, Bruno.
Why don't
So I guess
you,
if you have a question, I can try to all of the farmsteads are connected by dirt roads. Do you see these little places? Do you see little
No.
squares here?
No.
Nope.
No.
Yeah, I wonder why they
You
do
need
that.
expose the DM version.
Yeah, how do I do that? Because there's nothing on here that's shady. Really.
See if I can remember. How to do that? As I dismount my treadmill.
You had a
No,
treadmill?
no. Get back on that treadmill.
Was that your, I thought that was your Christmas present.
Run,
No.
monkey, run.
Getting that downstairs about 4 years ago almost killed me. How to show DM map world.
Sahara was like, "You're getting a little pudgy, Michael."
Yep. Yeah.
This-
My mom called me fat this year.
Oh,
What?
Yeah. She's getting a little
don't listen.
overly
Angry?
honest in her age.
Yeah.
One cousin
When-
looks too
but
much
when
like
Marcia
a
says
girl.
fat-
Yeah.
When Marcia says fat, that typically means sexy. Which is weird that she would call her own son sexy, but maybe
Well-
she's trying to bolster
a
your
pH?
confidence.
Was
or
it like,
something.
was it a pH fat or a
Yeah.
F fat?
Yeah, that could be. It could be a pH fat. Yes.
Yeah. Or maybe it was
So I just
too
shared
many
it on the
stuff.
general. I just took a picture of it and shared it on general for the
Okay.
sake of simplicity and
Okay.
speed.
Try shift pinging on it just out of curiosity.
Do what?
Take
Yeah, look at all
hold down the
the-
shift key, or if you're on your computer, shift key and ping it.
Shift and ping. Okay.
Yep.
Your
I
normal
like
thing.
that. I like that you can see all the names of the woods and all the shit. So
Yeah,
I-
no,
Yeah,
they-
no, that map is way more useful.
Yeah.
Um,
The Whispering Moor. Who is
Whispering
this
Eye.
that did not work. Okay.
Who is
Well,
this?
if everyone can
Anyway,
see from the
yeah.
general, it's
Yeah,
probably
go
good
to
enough
that.
for tonight at least.
Okay.
So that's so I mean really it's what did she say now that you can see it? She said Shankswood, Brine Stump, Mosswood, and Devil's Platter and other places. So I mean really around the whole region it sounds like. Now after that, and the one thing to reflect on is the last thing Hemlock said to you is when he asked you to take over, he actually deputized Jilbar. And then he
About
asked
time.
Jilbar to ask his friends to help out. He says, the locals have seem to have taken to you. And seeing you around town will do a lot for keeping their worries down over the next few days. And then he pulled Jilbar aside and he said, Jilbar, please make sure you underscore to your party members, your compatriots, the Sandpoint Heroes of Sandpoint, that they are being watched by nervous townsfolk, and maybe beseech them not to do anything that would cause any unease.
Like
does that
throwing a
mean?
Minotaur head around.
And then just when he said that, just after that, everyone broke up, and then Ziggy had an idea. Well, actually, before that happened, Shalelu says, I have some more information for you guys if you can meet me at the Rusty Dragon later. And I can go over more details about the Goblin tribes. And you all agreed. And then everybody broke up. I think a number of you went to get sleep because you had slept because you've been up all night fighting.
Correct.
And Jilbar went back to his the vaulted arms, and DTD I think was sleeping with I can't remember how it split up. So, some people went to the dragon to sleep in the room you guys had, and others went to the vaulted arms, as Jilbar had offered his home up for any who wanted to stay there. And then Ziggy had an idea
I'm
that
still stand by it.
he thought it would be a good idea to go to the goblin stables where you got the horses and to show them the Minotaur head that
Well,
you guys
just
had.
in good faith, say that a horse was missing and discuss it like men. but it didn't go as planned.
So, because one of the problems, Bruno, was in the process of defeating this Minotaur and the dire boar and all these other foe, you lost 4 horses that were technically owned by the goblin stables and lent to you guys. So
Well,
Ziggy went to talk
I
to
don't think
Zach
we
Moss.
lost 4 horses. I think we lost a horse, didn't we?
No, it was 3 or 4, and
It was 4.
Yeah, they were rented by Lord Foxglove.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they're worth
So-
about 100 gold apiece.
Yes. So they're kind of expensive horses, but he went and nice note taking, by the way, Rito. And so Ziggy went to talk to Zach Moss, the crazy Scottish accented purveyor of the Rusty or of the Goblin stables. Who I don't know if you remember. Were you still on the adventure, Bruno, when you went to get the horses? And he
No, I don't
okay,
believe so.
so he kind of a loose cannon, and he pulled out a bottle of XXX whiskey and said, "Anybody who can drink this with him and keep it down is a friend of his."
Oh yeah. No, I was there for that. Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. So went back, and the second meeting for Ziggy didn't go over as well. And before Ziggy had gone, Jilbar had urged him in fact, Sheriff Hemlock had said not to show the Minotaur head to anybody in town because he didn't want there to be more unease. It's one thing to have goblins roaming around, but to have Minotaur roaming around would just throw the whole place into a tizzy. So Ziggy had his own plan, and he went and he talked with Moss. Moss, it didn't go well once he found out that the horses were missing. And then Ziggy tried to talk his way out of it, and the upshot is I think he got clapped in irons and thrown into the...
Well, he tried to run away, but
that's right.
The 2 lads that he had, I mean, very high initiative because my 19 initiative was still a fail. So very high initiative on those two stable hands. And I was tied up in a basement, but I did make an escape artist.
Well, you
check.
are tied up in a basement.
Nope, I made an escape artist check and got out. So I am no longer.
Yeah, so he's not tied up in the basement, but he's in like a storeroom under the stables that has like, one of those like in an old cellar that has the top that comes up over like in like closes onto the ground.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's got 2 Irish wolfhounds. The lads are guarding it.
And he's got a basket with lotion in it.
Yeah.
He's got a basket of lotion in it.
Wow.
And that's where we left everything. So you guys have a lot cooking.
Yeah, now
You've
just
got
one quick
literally
thing.
and figuratively.
Well, one quick thing. Technically, the rest of us don't know anything yet about Ziggy being... This whole thing with Ziggy. We don't even know he's missing until he doesn't show up for one of these meetings.
Yeah.
Which I think the first meeting we have is with Shalelu right at tea time at the Rusty Dragon.
I don't
Correct.
think that is
So you guys
100%. I
had
don't think
rolled
that is
into town
correct.
in like early in the morning, and you kind of talked with Mayor Devon and them around 9-10, and then Ziggy went off. Everyone else went to bed.
Yeah,
with
and
a
I
view
don't
to
think
getting
that was
some
100%
sleep
correct.
in order to get some sleep for tea time meeting.
But
with
I had
Shalelu.
made it clear. I had made it clear that I was going to sleep at the Rusty Dragon. So anyone in the room, I had said that I was going to do that. So anyone at the Rusty Dragon would notice before the meeting that I did not show up.
Well, let's meet your backup character, and then if
Yeah.
Ziggy
Well,
survives,
they wouldn't know. Yeah, they wouldn't necessarily know that you didn't show up because everybody went to go to bed, and Mako and everybody is like looking
but I'm
for
saying when people woke up, they probably wouldn't be the meeting. It's when they would wake up because like you're right. Someone said they were going to Joe Bar's, and some said they were going to the Rusty Dragon, and I said I was going to go to the Rusty Dragon, but had an errand first.
Okay, well, so we're gonna and we're gonna role play all this out, but first things first.
I think that was Discovery.
Before everybody keep their guns in their powder in their guns, however you say it.
Powder dry.
Before we get rolling on tonight's adventure. And just to give you the highlights, we've got a lot of loose ends. We've got a meeting with Aldern Foxglove. You've got a meeting with Shalelu. You've got a little sheriffing to do. You've got tonight. You've got a huge feast at Jill Barr's house where you're all kind of gonna try to meet each other informally and really start to, because if you think about it, you met each other a day or two ago, and it's been boom, boom, boom ever since.
That's what she
So you got a lot cooking here, and then you also have a mystery at the graveyard yet, and there's a lot going on.
Mm-hmm.
But before we get into the narrative proper, I want to take a step back out of Sandpoint and go back into metagaming land, and I'd like everybody to tell me about your second level characters.
Ah. Yo ho.
So, who wants to go first?
Well, Dojo can go first.
Yeah.
So, Dojo, what happened to him? He, as his bonus feat for being a monk, he picked up combat reflexes.
Ah.
I see.
Which is always hot. Which, given his Dex bonus of +2, allows him to make an additional 2 attacks of opportunity should they present themselves.
Nice.
What else? I bolstered my stealth, my perception. What else did I do? My disabled device. And I don't remember what the fourth skill I added to, but that's that.
Anything funky for monks at second level other than the bonus feat?
That's it. That's really kind of it.
Cool.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's it.
Bone.
Yep. So he's
Well,
balling dudes.
okay.
Don't worry. Yeah.
Dudes. Balling dudes.
Yeah.
I think with combat reflexes, if I'm not mistaken, you can also take an AOO with if you're flat-footed.
Possibly. Yeah. I don't know that off the top of my gourd. I guess I just go for the or focus on the additional attacks of opportunity, but that might be
sure.
the case.
I double check that one. That could be true, but I don't know that's true.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that's true.
Yes, it is true.
As he closes the rule book.
Yes.
Nice.
In fact, I'd bet money on it. No, it is true. So you get that too, and that might that's kind of important for your character because you're kind of a guy who's kind of a Bruce Lee, hard to get flat-footed in the first.
With this feat, I may also take attacks of opportunity while flat-footed.
Nice.
Yep.
Wow.
Oh, spicy. Real spicy. All right.
Yeah,
well, let's go, Joe. Who wants to go next?
Hegler can go next. Very not exciting level for a Blood Rager. We got more HP, which is good. And
what are you up to?
26, it looks like. And I get a couple more rounds of rage. A tank with no, not very good armor. However, making some deals with Jill Barr. We did
Timmy Tum Tum?
Yes.
Tumor?
Yes.
Can I interject something? I hate
Sure.
to do this.
Sure.
But John asked, does anything fun happen with monks at second level? I'm sorry. I get evasion.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a good one.
Now, tell me what that is.
So evasion is pretty sweet. Let's see. Come on. Why are you linking this? Essentially, if I succeed at a reflex save against an attack that normally deals half damage on a successful save, I take no damage.
Oh, that's I love that.
Yeah.
That's,
wow,
and
crazy.
then there's improved evasion that comes later where, well, it's a better version of that. But yeah, it's nice.
Jesus.
Especially at level 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's huge.
That is huge.
That's kind of eliminating a big thing that can kill low-level characters.
Right.
Well, if you make your save, but
If I make my save.
I would guess your reflex save is decent to start off.
Correct.
It's okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Well, that's exciting.
Sorry, Tum.
That's
Continue.
okay. So nothing too exciting. A little bit more HP, and after making some deals with the armor shop, he's also getting a cool chest plate in lieu of his hide armor. But with the specific.
When did that all happen? I didn't drink that much.
I don't know if it's happened yet, but we did make the deal, and then it's gonna be fashioned on my own chest, so it'll look just like my chest underneath.
Gross.
Yeah, sweet.
Yeah. And it'll be very Batman and Robin, where there'll be prominent nipples if the nipples themselves are not actually exposed.
Kind of bigger than erasers.
Nice. I like it.
Dollar cakes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This deal's getting worse all the time. Perhaps you'd wish to negotiate. Be ashamed to leave a garrison here.
Oh shit.
Well, I'll jump. Timmy, are you done with Glork?
Yeah. Nothing too exciting.
Okay. Well, I will jump in next because Jill Barr, having seen his town attacked again, and the coordinated nature of the goblins was one thing, but then encountering this follower of Lamashtu, this Minotaur, he just has a sense that there's more going on, and that true evil is coming. And he felt something from the holy symbol he has embedded in his field plate. He felt something emanating from there, and knows that holy symbol it's in some ways sort of a family heirloom or artifact that goes back literally thousands upon thousands of years, and has been in his family for that entire time. And when he finally makes it back to the Vaulted Arms and, prays before getting, 5 or 6 hours of sleep, and then again when he gets up, he feels as if something has changed. And he wakes up with his second level being actually a first level of Cleric of Abadar. And so officially, this was kind of my plan all along, was to take a Paladin dip and then go Cleric, possibly going back for a second level of Paladin later. So that is why I'm going Cleric at this point, and taking the domains of Trade, which is a subdomain of the Travel domain, and then also taking the domain of Defense, which is a subdomain of Protection. And a couple things that happen from there is, for taking the Trade domain, he gets a +10 to his base movement. So now I'll be moving at 30 in heavy armor.
Nice.
Whoa.
And then also for the Defense domain, I get a +1 resistance bonus, which levels up every 5 levels. That goes an additional +1. So essentially, I will never need a Cloak of Resistance, because I should level commensurate with that, assuming I survive. Obviously, then get Cleric spells, including with the Defense domain, some very, very cool defense spells. Like I get Shield from the Mage spell list and Bark Skin from the Druid spell list. So again, being a defender and a tank, frontline tank fighter, is part of the deal. And then I also get Channel, which more on that in the future. But that's kind of the cool stuff for Jill Barr. One thing I would mention is, if any of you, whether it's now or later, need weapons, you do have a connection with Jill Barr in the Vaulted Arms, and anything that's a mundane weapon. This will eventually be true for magical weapons, which I alluded to later. I will be taking Craft Magic Arms and Armor at 5th level. That's part of the deal with my guy from the start. But up until then, anything mundane, unless it's super exotic to the point where Horton as the DM would say no, you can get at cost through the Vaulted Arms. So just keep that in mind.
Yeah, and it's a good deal. This breastplate is fine craft work. I'll vouch for it. I'll even do an ad if you need it.
Yeah. Well, as the fame of the Heroes of Sandpoint grows, I may take you up on that.
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Well, that's exciting, John.
That's super exciting.
That is.
Sounds like spice, a
That-
lot of spice on that.
That's a tough act to follow.
Yeah, but you're gonna follow it, Ziggy? Are you next?
I'll try, but it's not nearly as impressive. You know, I'm kind of like Hoj or Dojo. I'm a little bit little bit tougher. I'm a little bit harder to kill. Probably the biggest thing is I now have a +2 against death magic. So if we hit any death magic, I get a +2 against death magic.
Oh, and you
And
will hit death magic.
Yeah.
And just give me a second. I'm trying to find it. I have the ability now to read the bones. I basically can do object reading on corpses, bones, or anything dead.
Oh, what does that do?
Yeah, what does that do?
It's basically I have to read into it more, but it's basically an occultist power that kind of lets you read the history of the corpse or the bones or that. So it kind of gives you the history of any dead thing you find.
Now,
That's cool.
Can you do that an unlimited number of times per day or a certain specified number of times?
I'll have to see. It says at second level, a gravedigger can perform object reading as an occultist, but only on corpses, bones, and other physical remains. So,
Nice.
Being captured in the closet, you do still get to level up.
well,
Yeah.
point.
Well,
I'm not tied up. So I'll probably try to catch a little bit. I can catch a little bit.
He's finding a newfound resolve and power within himself as it reflects in the dark face.
I see.
Once I untied myself and couldn't find a way out, I did curl up in the corner. And I'm used to sleeping on the ground as being kind of a army camp follower, and a hard packed surface isn't any stranger to me. So I was able to get a couple hours ease.
That's good.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good. Is that the only exciting thing?
Learned a new spell. I'm a little hesitant to use it because I feel like it's going to make me a target, but I do have the ability to enlarge myself now. So
Enlarge?
Oh,
Nice.
I was a little hesitant on that one, but decided
can you
it was
enlarge others or just
I
yourself?
cannot. That's the thing with my spells. I can only use them on myself. So that's
Interesting.
but I figured it was going to happen at some point, so I just bit the bullet and took it now.
Sweet.
But I don't know how
All
much it might come out in special occasions. But again, it feels like with this bunch of panty waste that it might put too much of a target on my back. But it's part of the ultimate plan.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let's see. Last but certainly not least, Finn.
I got the ability to cast an extra spell per day. Thanks, everyone. It's been great. My next
We're
show.
Stephen Lowe. Good night.
Stephen Lowe.
You just looking over your spell list right now, Rito. You got a handsome list here.
I do. I did pick up 2 new spells, which is great.
Which ones?
I picked up Ear Piercing Scream.
Oh yeah.
And what was
a
my
good one.
second one? I believe it was Grease.
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Nice.
That's a great one at this level.
Figured might be up my alley.
Mm-hmm.
You
Yeah.
eat like an octopus or a cuttlefish.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, indeed. All right, great. Well, it sounds like everybody. Anything else to say about your characters before we go back into the realm of Galarium?
I don't think so.
No way.
All right. So we're going to do a series of scene shifts. In our first scene, the camera pans down to a stable, a huge set of horse stables. And you see at the top it says Goblin Squash Stables. And you see a middle-aged, balding fellow talking with two strapping lads who are much taller and bigger than him. And the camera zooms inside, and you see Irish wolfhounds, two huge Irish wolfhounds, kind of whining and pawing at a wooden door that is covered, a basement door. And the camera goes through the door, and you see with dim light Ziggy, or stripped of his weapons, sitting in the corner, cold, with a look of icy determination on his face.
Soaked in his own urine.
Masturbating, just like he did in the back of his parents' best station wagon.
Yeah,
And
Mercury Sable.
Mercury, yeah.
And then the camera pans out of that, cuts, and then we see Glurk sprawled out on a bed that is too small for him. Were you at the Dragon or at Jill Bar's?
I can't remember, but I am naked.
Yeah, so we'll put you at the Dragon. So he's at the Dragon naked, and you just hear some sort of disgusting snoring going on. And next to him, is anyone else sleeping with him? Was DTD with him?
I think DTD's under him.
Yeah. So we'll say DTD is snoring away in the corner as well, in another cot in that big, huge room Mako gave you guys. And then we'll Finn, where are you? Did you go back home to your place?
No, I went to the Vaulted Arms because I was invited, and I wanted to watch them sleep and see where everyone's bedrooms were.
That's right. So, and you were disappointed because after saying that, you realized that thinking that, you realized that it's like mid-morning and no one's sleeping. So you are given some pleasant accommodations. Jill Bar shows you to an annex where there's a few guest beds, and of course with your I think massive 6'8" frame.
Yeah, I don't fit a single bed in his house. But
no, you're kind of from the knees down or kind of hanging out, but you're used to it.
Yeah, totally.
And you go into immediate reverie, whatever you do as an elf. And then we've got Dojo, who had been in a glassy trance and seems to have come back to his humanity. And he's now, Dojo, you have a choice now. Do you want to be in the big room that Mako had given you guys with all the beds with Glurk and DTD, or do you want to be at the Vaulted Arms with Finn?
Well, I kind of like Mako, right? I mean, she's...
Oh, hell yeah. You're in love with her.
Under her sway a little bit. Mm-hmm. Maybe in my hobgoblinoid reptilian gourd, there's a little hope that she prances in here and I get to smooth her, so I'll probably kick it in her dump.
Well, and I think we had a conversation about this. How old is Dojo, or do we not know?
Well, I know him to be a young man.
Okay. So yeah, the only reason I ask is everybody who was charmed by her had a different, viewed their attachment to her in a different way. So some it might be a love interest, like, oh, she's so like you might be in love with Taylor Swift as a groupie. Others it would be like, oh, it's like the daughter I never had, et cetera.
Yeah, I think Dojo's was kind of platonic, but maybe he's keeping the door slightly ajar.
Oh yeah,
to
be like a daughter. Or
see what happens. Yeah.
Oil those hinges.
Yeah.
If he had the requisite genitalia, I'm not sure.
What's that?
Once again, Bruno. Yeah.
That's none of my business.
Roll a 1d6.
Even there are limits. Limits to even the GM's gaze.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got that sorted. And then Jill Bar. So when we last left you, I believe you were conferring with Hemlock on the street. What are you up to?
When you say conferring with Hemlock on the street, I thought we had all met with him and Mayor Deverin, and then I headed back to the Vaulted Arms. Did I miss something?
No, and that might be. So we'll say that's what you did.
Yeah.
By all means, let me go there, be with your wife by myself.
No. Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah. So I would when I got back, I would get Finn situated, make sure he had a place to relax and sleep if desired. Check in with Renata, check in with my apprentice, the journeyman apprentices, meaning High Tech and Matthias, and make sure they were helping out as needed. And then I would, like I said, pray or clean myself up for their prey, try and catch a few hours of sleep, and ask Renata to wake me at least, let me get 4 to 5 hours of sleep, wake me a couple hours after lunch so I can proceed.
Okay. So you're doing that. So a couple hours pass, and Renata comes and wakes you up. What are you doing?
Thank you, my love. Probably I would talk to her a little bit, just in terms of saying, "Hey, I feel like something's going on, and the sheriff has asked me to step up, and hopefully these, my new companions as well." And do the spousal thing where it's like, thanks for bearing with me, and it really seems like this is the time, whereas in the past, it was much more important for us as a family that I stay very close, maybe even hinting that it's time for her to get her sword back out to protect the family if I need to be away. Even though it's been a long time since she sort of wielded her weaponry and in defense of the family, it may be needed if I have to step out for a bit and kind of have that conversation. At some point I plan to write that up. I didn't get to it in Mexico. And then get myself into my armor, and I would check with Finn to see if he's awake.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I would probably pop in the door a couple of times during the night and just ask how that pig's coming along.
Well, you can see that they've got it up on the spit and it's been rotating, so they're moving it along.
Good luck. We're all counting on you.
Yeah.
Now you guys brought 2 pigs. Are you doing both, or did you drop one off with a Mako so she could?
I thought we were dropping one off there, but
I think we did too. Yep.
Yeah, we'll play that out. Okay. So Finn and Jill Bar are discussing.
I hope you're well rested. I am. I didn't mean to interrupt, but did you find the accommodations pleasing? I hope.
They were very pleasing. I have never had such a good night's sleep. Thank you.
My pleasure. I was going to check in real quickly to see if the sheriff has already left and check in with Mayor Deverin before our meeting at the Rusty Dragon. You're welcome to join me, or if you wish to meet at the Dragon, that would be fine too. What is your preference?
As you have noted, I have a 6th premonition sense, as I guess the folks call it. I have a bad feeling a friend of ours is in trouble.
Oh, what do you mean?
Wow.
I cannot tell you more than that at present, but one of our number who we have adventured with in the last few days is in some distress. That is all I can sense. I can tell you no more.
Well, perhaps then, do you think you should go to the Dragon while I swing by the council's chambers, and I can meet you there as soon as possible?
This makes excellent sense, and perhaps I can get some buns at the place down by the lake.
Buns.
Well, have at it then.
Hot cross.
Recognizing there's no lake within hundreds of miles.
Yeah.
No. Nor is there buns. So.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll head to the sort of town center where I think the mayor and/or the sheriff, if he hasn't left, might be.
And
okay.
A reminder, DTD had asked what our cut for this kind of work is. We should decipher that.
I do intend on speaking on that. I asked Renata and Matthias to work those numbers on everything we've retrieved so far, and also that's part of my reason for swinging back by to talk to the mayor.
Your wisdom with coin makes me happy.
I appreciate your
Cool.
trust, my friend. I'll see you soon. And with that,
Nice.
I'll head toward the where I think the mayor and the sheriff, if possible, are at.
Okay, so let me just get you guys over to the map of Sandpoint.
Old S point.
Mm.
The
Okay.
SP.
So yeah, old ass point. So you're gonna oops. So Rito, excuse me, Finn, you're going over to the dragon, which boom, everybody should see now. Can everyone see the map of Sandpoint?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, so let me ping a few things. So just to remind everybody, Jill Bar is up here. You see where I'm?
The vaulted arms is right here.
Oh, oops.
Gotcha.
Jill Bar is here. And of course, this is the cathedral down. And then
This is the map maker's place? 5?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And then the government building is here where I'm pinging number. Well, you don't have numbers.
Gotcha.
Yet. Oh,
Okay.
do you have numbers? Do you guys
We got
have
numbers.
We
Yep.
do. Yeah.
Okay. Yep. So he's at 11 and Jill Bar's token I put there. Jill Bar, is that your new or old token?
That's the old one, which for this map is fine.
Okay. And then just to refresh everybody's memory, number 38 is the stable.
Mm-hmm.
And right next to there, as fate would have, is the dragon.
Oh, fine.
So so Joe Bar, you go up to by now it's about 1 p.m. and you go up to City Hall and you find a couple guards there that quickly let you pass, and you head up to Mayor Deverin's office, and her secretary says, Joe Bar, what can I help you with?
Greetings. I was able to get a few hours of sleep, and now that I'm more clear-headed, after speaking with the sheriff and the mayor, I just had a couple of questions in terms of making sure we're following the proper protocols while the sheriff is gone. Has the sheriff already left?
I'm afraid he has. He left about 2 hours ago.
I thought
But
that might be the case. In which case, I'm hoping to follow up with the mayor if Mayor Deverin's available.
I see. Well, she does have a meeting with Titus Scarnetti at 2, but she would have a few minutes now, I believe. Just give me 1 second. She's just finishing her lunch. And she goes back, and a couple seconds later, she scurries back out and says, yes, the mayor does have time, and we'll see you now. And she ushers you in. And, you walk in, you see Mayor Deverin just sort of closing up her lunch pail, putting it in the back. Looks like she was eating some sort of I don't know, bagel sandwich, we'll say. And she says, Jill Bar, did you manage to get a few hours of rest?
Yes, badly needed, badly needed. It was a fraught evening followed by a long march back, trying to make sure we weren't set upon by anyone else. I feel much better, thank you. And I appreciate you making the time, and hopefully you didn't have to cut your lunch short.
Yeah, oh no, of course not. No, well, as mayor, we never have much time for lunch. Well, have a seat. What can I help you with?
Well, from the conversation earlier, the sheriff deputized me and asked me to try and make sure everything is running smoothly while he's gone. And I've been part of the city reserve guard, and I feel like I know many folks in town. But what I don't know, and what you're the expert in, and the sheriff is the expert in, is the sort of ins and outs of simply just running the community. And so I have two main questions. The first of which is in terms of the everyday events. I'm making the assumption that the sheriff, the people, the guards who remain that did not go with him down to Magnamar, that they'll be the ones doing the everyday, day to day that I'm not an expert in. Is that a safe assumption? That we
Oh,
should be
yes,
focused
yes.
on the protections overall against external threats or anything else that might arise.
Yes, I mean, to be perfectly honest, Sheriff Hemlock and I thought we would ask you to do this for us for two reasons. Firstly, just to show the townspeople who are and rightly so, very very frightened still, as they see their sheriff and a retainer of guards leaving the city, that the city is still under protection from skilled warriors. That's the primary reason. And so, in that sense, we just need you really to be present around town in a responsible manner, of course, which I know you and your friends will be. And the second reason is really just to if there were, God forbid, to be some sort of a further goblin attack while Sheriff Hemlock's away, we would need military leadership, which I cannot provide, for the town garrison, to organize the town garrison and help with the defenses of the city.
Excellent. Well, that aligns perfectly with what my assumptions were in terms of the role and the scope. And I think that between myself and my new companions, barring something, vastly larger than the forces we've already faced, I think we have the capability. But I do know this, and this brings me to the second point. It is certainly something I cannot do alone. These men, both when the town was attacked during the Swallowtail Festival, and also when we were out on the hunt and encountered this Minotaur and the dire boar. Uh, had I been alone, or even with just one or two of these new companions, we would not have survived. Even with all of us, it was touch and go out in the woods. I was hit and knocked unconscious briefly until DTD, Don Tarius, he actually was able to heal me with battlefield medicine. And um, my concern is that their actions have proven them to be trustworthy. But of them, only Finn, the tall elf, is from town, and I'm not certain how his time in the town, how it's treated him. He seems to be a little bit gun shy, as it were, socially. And so, again, his actions have proved him worthy, as have all of the other men's actions. But this is not their home, and I feel like some sort of further commission or tie. And I'll speak from my experience. I came here as an outsider 9 years ago, and I have deep roots here now, I believe. Renata and I are raising our family here. Our business is here. Um, I would like to think that for at least some of these men, if they choose to, Sandpoint could become such a home for them, but it's not their home yet. And so
Mm.
I don't know in terms of hiring extra guards. I know that is one thing Sheriff is going to Magnamar to do, but we have
Hmm.
these men here, and frankly, in order to keep everyone safe, we need them right now. I need them
Mm.
in order to fulfill this, and I don't know what options we have. I'm happy to present any options for that. I don't know anywhere from just some sort of a stipend or salary, or even if it is potentially maybe some of them would be interested in having a home and buying or getting land or something of that nature. That I don't know yet. I haven't had the discussion, but I didn't want to have the discussion without speaking with you first, if that makes sense.
Yes, yes, I understand what you're saying precisely. You're saying, why would these relative strangers to Sandpoint, other than Finn, risk their lives and livelihoods to defend a city that is foreign to them? Is that what you're reflecting on?
Correct. And again, I believe that they've shown that they have the capacity and to some extent the willingness. But any man, in my experience, both before when I was a caravan guard and here with the town, any man put time and again into shedding their own blood and at the risk of their own life will begin to ask those questions. It's
Of
unavoidable.
course. No, of course. And how long have you known these gentlemen? Are they old friends of yours?
No, it was happenstance. Some might say fate. I do believe that Abadar's guidance helped bring us together during the Swallowtail Festival. We were sort of selected, all of us somehow, for the tug of war against Sheriff and his men. And then when the goblins attacked, we were still together and immediately fought as a unit. Um,
Hmm,
those
remarkable.
in my experience, those sort of battlefield tactics and battlefield comradeship, it doesn't always go so well. It is
Hmm.
remarkable that it has been this beneficial, and I feel strongly keeping it together is in the best interest of the town.
Yes, yes, yes. And we are with few options, and we are vulnerable right now, at least until the sheriff comes back. So for the next week, or however long it will take him, he's promised to hurry, but you know how that goes. I see your point, and as a council member, I must say that you're thinking as every good town leader should, and I'm glad you came to me. Um, Perhaps I'm a little reticent to give them any sort of official commission from the town, given that you've known them not even 48 hours.
I
Um,
understand.
but I'm not unreasonable. We're not a wealthy town, but we're not vagabonds either. Um, you know our position as a council member. I would say um, I had heard through the grapevine, I believe, when you guys were here earlier, that you were having a um, having a feast at your house tonight. Is that right?
Correct. We were able to take the two regular sized boars. Small isn't the right term, but regular sized boars that we slayed before the other enemies showed up. One of them Renata is working on, and the other we actually gave to Omeko at the Rusty Dragon for her and her customers.
Oh, wonderful. Well, I know this is somewhat unusual request, but given that these sojourners are new to you almost as much as I, and that I'm ultimately responsible for the well-being of the city, as are to a lesser extent you. I'd like to spend some time with these gentlemen and observe them in a social setting, maybe get to know them a bit before I can make a final judgment on how best to utilize their skills and abilities. And I would like to do this also to just, you haven't had the time either, just to make sure that we can both of us vouch for their characters. So perhaps I could come join you tonight at the party.
Mayor Devon, it has been far too long since you joined us at the Vault of Arms. We would love to have you. The one thing I would say, and I know that you are a good read of individuals, um, in my experience with this group, they are not from our town. Their ways are not our ways, and frankly, their actions to me speak far louder and better of their character than their words. Just please keep that in mind. Um, what they have done has been honorable and valiant, and some of the things they have said have been, frankly, foolhardy in my opinion. But uh, please keep in mind that when they're telling their tales and uh, how they act, to me that is far more important, and I'm sure it will be to you as well.
Of course, of course. Well, again, thank you for coming to me with this, and we shall see you tonight.
Excellent. I'm off to the Dragon now to meet with Shalelu, and Shalelu soon. And if anything else comes up, I will reach out if needed, but not in excess.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Now, as you're leaving, you're kind of reflecting on the conversation you just had, and 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 you're kind of you were a little surprised by her request, but you're kind of musing on the history of the Deveron family, and you're kind of remembering that Her father, old Amos Devon, was the first mayor, and he was the mayor of Sandpoint for 23 years. Actually, her grandfather, and then his son Fenchus was the second. And you know that both were actually they both died under unfortunate and somewhat weird accidents. Amos was trampled by a runaway horse on Festival Street, and Fenchus was killed by a snake bite while on a boar hunt. Um, and you also know that Kendra, as such, is not only was next in line for mayor, but she also is the sole inheritor of the Devon fortune. And the Devrons are one of the four great magnate families of Sandpoint. She didn't initially want the job, but she ended up kind of being goaded into it, and she won by a landslide. And her opponent, her primary opponent in the election was none other than Titus Scarnetti. And he's apparently never quite come to terms with it, you're kind of reflecting. And you know that she's has a bit of a rivalry on a number of levels with the Scarnettis. She doesn't like how they do business. She doesn't like their bearing. She's a political enemy. Enemy's a strong word. Rival of Titus's. And Titus, of course, as you know, the Scarnettis run the Sandpoint Mills and the entire lumber industry. And they're very wealthy and very powerful. And they also have other connections that are less savory in Magnamar. So you're just kind of thinking of all that. And you also know that she was in love once with one of her principal advisors, Cass Averton, and he had been murdered by the Chopper. And ever since that happened, she kind of went through a period of shock and dismay, and now she's just thrown her entire life into politics and the welfare of this town to kind of forget the memory.
Now, is it extremely unusual, given everything you just said, that the secretary told me she was meeting with Scarnetti, or would she still be meeting with him on a weekly or monthly basis just because they're two of the town bigwigs?
So you know that Scarnetti keeps arguing with the mayor and with the government of Sandpoint, and you've sat in on these council meetings. He keeps trying to get further concessions for his lumber mills and for his other businesses. So you assume this is just another meeting they're having along those lines.
Well, that being the case, I'll put all that sort of in my craw and head towards the dragon.
Okay. So you head over to the Rusty Dragon, and it's, for whatever it's worth, it's a beautiful sunny day. And you get over there, and you walk in, and it's about 2 p.m., and there's a normal custom. It's probably about a third full for lunch, people just finishing their lunches, and a few early revelers at the bar. And Ameko's washing a glass, and she looks up and sees you, and she says, "Oh, Joe Bar, good to see you. Good to see you in one piece after what I've heard of your adventures."
Lady Ameko, it's a pleasure to be seen. I must ask, we had conferred with Sheriff Hemlock, not too much else. Did you speak with Shalelu or someone else?
Actually, I was talking with Shalelu.
Excellent.
In fact, she's staying here, and she had mentioned that you guys are going to be meeting later this afternoon.
Correct. I believe at tea time she specified.
Yes, she still holds with the quaint elven tradition of tea time. Isn't that funny?
That is. Well, I actually was meaning to check in with my new companions and see if they've arisen yet. And then, depending on how much time we have, we may stay until Shalalu's available, or we may try and tidy up some business. You did get the boar, and that is something that you can use for your customers as well, correct?
Yes, yes. Benny, thanks to you. As a matter of fact, we're dressing it now, and we're going to have a great feast. I hear you're having a feast of your own.
Yes.
So it sounds like we're all going to be in hog heaven tonight.
I see what you did there. Well played. Well played. Excellent. Now, just a question. My new companions, have any of them stepped out yet? And/or I believe that Finn, the tall elven gentleman, may have beat me here. Is that accurate?
Yeah, Finn's in the corner drinking, having a drink, and you see him waving at you in a shadowy corner. But I haven't seen any of your other friends yet.
Okay, excellent. Well, we'll give them a few minutes. It's still early, and I appreciate everything, and I may have a drink in a little bit, but I'm honestly I'm still waking up and getting the sleep out of my eyes.
Excellent, excellent.
All right, so I'll make
Um,
my way over to Finn.
Great.
I'll continue to
So,
wave the entire time.
so Glurk and DTD, and Dojo. Dojo, you probably would be the first to wake up. I'm assuming you're the lightest sleeper, and Glurk's been snoring like a madman.
Uh-huh.
True.
DTD's just sort of humming in his sleep in kind of a weird, creepy way. And
I'll-
Glurk kind of
I'll
so
look over
yeah.
at Lurk and
Glurk's got
kind of
morning wood
mutter
also.
aloud quietly. He who knows does not speak. He who speaks does not know.
Okay, well, Glurk, you hear that? What's your reaction? And Dojo, you realize you've slept for quite a while now, and you're probably considering that you should probably go find your friend.
I'm hungry for some boar. Let's go.
Come, let us go.
So you wash up and or do whatever it is you two do, and you go downstairs and you see your friends Jilbar and Finn in your now um, somewhat traditional table in the corner.
All right.
Yeah.
What did we miss while we slept?
Dojo and Glurk, it is a pleasure to see you. Is DTD and Ziggy, are they still in the room with you?
Ziggy, I have not seen that strange person today.
Yes.
Interesting. But in DTD, was he in the room or not?
His kimono is silky. More than that, I cannot say.
I think he had to hit the can.
Okay, so DTD's out, Dojo, you're in as the dude I want to be creepy with.
Absence usually makes the heart grow fonder, but not in the case of Finn.
Correct.
Well, so none of you, Ziggy did not come with us to the Vaulted Arms, and he did not get to the room. Let me double check with the Mako real quick.
Did
I'll
he
walk
not
over.
argue with you about the Minotaur head? Wasn't he talking some nonsense about the stables?
Yes, he was. Let me just double check with the Mako real quick. But that you're exactly correct. And now that I've remembered it, thank you for that.
Hmm.
That is worrisome. So I'll walk over and just check with the Mako to see if she's seen him. Horton?
Yeah.
Sorry, I was dozing there. Hey,
Mako,
Jilbar, what's up?
sorry to bother you again, but the young man with the white lock, Ziggy, have you seen him at all? Because somehow he did not make it back to the room, and nor did he come with me and Finn to the Vaulted Arms.
Yeah, no, I know Ziggy. He was very gracious and trying to help us dispose of that problem we had downstairs.
Yes, yes.
No, I haven't seen him today.
Huh. Well, since we do have a few minutes before we're supposed to meet with Shalelu, I think we need to run next door. We'll be back in just a moment. Appreciate it.
Okay, I'll
But
hold your table.
I'll come back and say, gentlemen, I think Finn is right. Ziggy is missing, and the last we knew, he was supposed to be going next door to the stable. I was afraid that may not have gone well. I think we should go investigate before Shalelu is ready for us. Do you agree?
It is not common knowledge, but the stable master is connected to the Scarnazi crime family. We should go with caution.
Say again. Is that something I would know as well or not?
So you
Is that
wouldn't
crime
know
family with the tattoos? Or no?
Scarnetti. Scarnetti. The same Titus Scarnetti.
Ah, got you.
The guy who didn't become mayor, right?
Correct. And he's the big magnate. So, and Finn, you've heard these rumors that Zach Moss and his boys are somehow tied up with the Scarnetti.
Good. Okay, I
You
thought it was
also-
actually the Scarnazi, which different crew.
Oh, there's Scarnazi?
They're like the crime syndicate of
Right.
Galarian. Yeah.
Are you talking about the Zarni?
Yes, SCAZRNI
Yeah.
or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, the Zarni. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
a different.
Same
yeah.
dude that Skid's guy,
Right.
Yeah.
Nestor.
Nestor.
Yeah, I think that's maybe affiliated with the Scarnettis, but as a separate.
Yeah, that's a separate dealio. They're
Yeah,
both.
that's good.
Yeah. Well,
And
it's not. Yeah,
It's local.
it's good, but not good. Yeah.
It's not.
Yeah, the Zarni
Worldwide.
are definitely in that same industry. We'll put it that way, but both families are, as it were. Anyway, so you're gonna go next door?
Yes, let's go see Zach Moss.
See why he's on my fantasy
Okay.
team.
What's that?
Nothing. Was not a fantasy
that-
reference.
Was that Finn?
No, Mike. My name's Mike.
Okay, let me just check something here. Give me 2 minutes here.
Do you want me to do the talking in here?
No, I don't.
Probably Jilbar. You want to jizz it, or do you want to?
Yeah, I think
Okay, yeah, no, I
think
just
I'll
checked
have
something.
to. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just trying to think of how I want to finesse.
Earl of Lemongrab.
Yeah, no,
Platter.
no, we're gonna do it this way. All right, so you're gonna go and to answer your question, Finn, you know that Zach Moss has connections with the Zarni, as you noted. That's what you know. What you don't know is that there may be some affiliation between the Scarnetti and Zarni. That would be above your pay grade at this point.
Gotcha. Okay.
So, in loose terms, I should be saying Zarni at this level. So that was my bad. So you're right. It is a Zarni.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
So Zarni's like a kind of prime syndicate, for lack of a better term. I guess you could call them like the mafia. There's the main branches in Magnamar, and then they've got representatives in what do you call it? In Sandpoint, And in
Sure.
fact, the Zarni are, I think their base, the criminal organization, is in Magmar. So anyway, and there have been rumors that Titus Scarnetti has links with the Zarni. You would know that.
Okay. Yeah.
So anyway,
nothing evidentiary.
yeah, but in
just
terms of Moss,
whispers and whispers. Yeah.
yes, in terms of Zach Moss and his boys, you've seen them down at the some of the rougher taverns at the docks, which are notorious Zarni hangouts. And
which is
you've
where
just
I work
heard
every day. So yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Yeah, and you've heard kind of rumblings that they're connected, and you know how that goes. Word on the street type thing.
Yep.
So anyway, so you guys go over there, and Zach is looks like he's working on mending a fence, and his two boys are helping him, and he's got a big chew in, and he's spitting it out. He says, pull it harder, boys. Come on, put your butts into it.
Zach.
That's what you see.
Yeah. I'll walk up. Zach, I hate to bother you. I can see you're busy, but I'm hoping to grab a word with you if you have a quick second.
Yeah, might as well. Boys, you keep at this. I'm not sure how much help I'm giving them anyway. And he pulls out a kerchief from his back pocket and kind of wipes his hands off. What can I do you for, Jilbar?
Well, I'm hesitating for a second because I'm not sure how much to share, but the mayor and the sheriff asked me to keep something kind of private. But let me just start with this. So my new companions and one more, the other gentleman who was with us, Ziggy, with the white lock coming down. We went hunting with Lord Foxglove. He rented the horses for me. You're aware of this, correct?
Yeah, and he spit. And I haven't gotten payment yet from that rapscallion.
So that's part of the reason I wanted to come by is when we were out hunting, we actually got into a little bit, without getting in detail, a little bit more of a frankly a battle than we were looking for, fighting not just boars but something else as well.
You mean the Minotaur?
The Minotaur. Yes, that is correct. I won't deny it, but how do you know about that?
Because your boy Ziggy, or whatever his name is, he came here. He came here earlier this morning. And he was showing me the Minotaur head, and he was trying to make a deal. And Zach Moss doesn't make deals with shady characters who don't pay him. And I heard 4 of my prize mares never makes it out of that battle. And Ziggy here, he had the audacity to try to trade me a Minotaur head for him. Whatever the hell he's thinking.
You got city hands, Mr. Moss. Been counting money all your life.
What was that? What was that, Finn?
Nothing. Just jobs.
And he said, and to be quite honest, well, he was offending me, if I can be so honest with you, Jilbar. First, I don't like losing horses. I take pride in the management of this establishment. And then he was talking all smart with me, getting all smirky. And I don't like people who are smirky with me.
Who needs that?
Mm-hmm.
But believe me, Zach, as a businessman, I understand. We can't fuck around with the bottom line. And we were actually later on supposed to meet with Foxglove, and if he still has not paid by that point, I'll walk him over here myself to make sure he settles up with you. But my concern right now...
You're an honest broker, Jilbar. I've always liked you for that. And he slaps you over the back.
I appreciate that coming from you, Zach.
On both buttocks.
Yeah.
I'll lean in. He wants to kiss you.
Why, just the other day... Why, just the other day, Davern himself was telling me how much he respected you and your establishment of Vaulted Arms.
Well, I appreciate that greatly. And like I said, when we meet with Fox
John,
Club,
make a knowledge local check.
that I would have to do untrained, unless you say that I have some sort of a benefit on that for being a local.
Yeah, I'll give you a +4 for this being pretty low-hanging fruit.
Gilby.
Vaulted Arms carries a lot of coin, from what I hear.
Yeah.
Okay, so that modified with the +4, I believe, would perk up to a total of 13.
Juicy.
Not bad.
Just good enough, because this is DC 10. You were kind of you've forgotten because you've been here for a while and you run your business and Zach is sort of the face of the stables and you don't, to be perfectly honest, before a couple of days ago you just had no occasion to come to this part of town. This is the other side of town. You don't need horses. Just hasn't been relevant. So you knew of Zach, and he's come in and bought a few things from you. Seemed like a decent fella, if not a little gruff. But it just clicked in your head that Zach is not the owner; he's just the manager. The owner is Davern Haas, and you remember that Davern Haas is a retired hunter of some repute who had tracked far and wide and was a big game hunter and then became a goblin hunter. And his hatred of goblins is nearly legendary, so you've heard. And in fact, you're reminded of this when you look up to the entrance of the stable's covered barn, as there's a collection of goblin ears preserved and nailed to the rafters. Each bearing the goblin's name burned into the leathery flesh.
Wow.
Mostly because Deborah knows that when you write down a goblin's name, it's one of the worst things you can do to desecrate his memory.
Ah.
Ooh.
And he's just, and you don't see him much. He's not around much. And he's still out ranging today, but he and Shalelu, are kind of in. She always stops to talk with him when they're in town together at the same time. So that just kind of flashed through your head when he said Davern.
Yeah. Well, Zach, being in good stead with you and Davern and the other townsfolk, it always makes me feel as if I came to the right place to start my new life. But speaking of starting, we are supposed to be meeting with Shalelu, but we can't find Ziggy. And you said he came here. Do you have any idea where he went after that? Because we actually, the sheriff has asked us, while he is briefly going to be going down to Magnamar on some town business. He has asked all of us, including Ziggy, to look after the town, and we're supposed to be getting briefed by Shalelu at the Dragon here in about a half hour. We really need to find him. I'm hoping you can point us in the right direction.
Make a diplomacy check.
Okay, and let me go ahead. Does anyone else want to aid me on this?
Sure.
I can try.
So just roll. Yeah, if you roll over a 10, you can aid him as long as you have diplomacy.
Got a -2.
You can't aid him untrained though. I don't think.
Ooh, I aided him. If I'm there.
Does a 10 on the dot do it?
I believe that does.
Yes.
All right. Then even I aid you.
Nice. So that's +4. Anyone else?
Sure.
Nope. Dojo is of no assistance.
Can he get aided from the root cellar? He just feels aid.
Yep. Throwing up tubers.
You can do it, Chill Bar.
Okay, so with that +4, that puts me at a +10. I'm going to use my new Haggler's Tongue power
Wow.
to get myself an additional +1. So I'm at +11. I'm going to go ahead and roll with that. And if I need to, I can augment a little bit, but let's see how it goes.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm going to use my once per day inexplicable luck to add an additional 4 after the die is rolled. So that is unfortunately only going to net me out at a 17 on that with that sweet natural 2.
Well, you're in luck because his opposed roll was a natural 1.
Oh,
Nice.
nice.
So he kind of looks at you for me and says, "Come over here, Jilbar." And he kind of motions you over in private with him.
I'll walk over.
Says, "Well, between me and me, I've got that Ziggy character in my root cellar with old Mamsie and Pappy guarding him."
Zach, I'm sure you have your reasons. What exactly happened? Is he unharmed?
He's unharmed. We unarmed him. He was trying to talk all kinds of shit. Excuse my French. And then he tried to trade the Minotaur head for some information, and then started trying to haggle with me. And you know, as a fellow follower of Abadar, and just then you see he's got Abadar's sign on his chest, like a chain of Abadar.
Yep.
If there's one thing that really gets my goat, is it's when somebody's trying to rob me. Somebody's trying to cheat me when they owe me something, and they're trying to get out of it, and they're trying to cheat me. And he starts pointing at your chest. And he starts looking agitated.
Zach?
And that friend of yours, he tried to cheat us out of 4 good horses.
Well, Zach, I completely understand. If somebody comes in my shop and tries to lift a short sword, I'll take my great club and knock their ear right off. Trust me.
Yeah, you're goddamn right.
But despite his, I will just say, without defending him at all, he is the one who officially got the killing blow on that Minotaur. He and I fought that beast together, but he landed the killing blow. I wouldn't be here without him. And we had a long night. Perhaps his judgment, whether it's good or bad normally, was off when he came to see you. Clearly it was. And if you'd allow it, I'd like to speak to him, and hopefully, you'd be willing to let us take him to this meeting with Shalelu, and then I can follow up with Foxglove and make sure the horses are paid for appropriately. If that's something you'd be willing to entertain.
Make another diplomacy check.
Okay.
8 again.
Yep.
Please.
All right.
Nope.
Nope.
I'll accidentally fart. It'll smell pretty bad.
Yeah, that wasn't my role yet. That was Timmy's attempt at aiding.
I did not aid.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it wasn't your role. Okay.
Now, Bruno, you got any aid? You got any aids for me?
I'm.
All right.
I won't be of help to these people.
So this is a +7 on this one. Then hopefully I can roll a little bit better this time. Not really. That's an 11.
Jeez.
Pretty good.
He looks you up and down. He says, "Gilbar, you know I like you, but I don't like to get cheated, and I've got a responsibility to my owner to make sure we're made whole on those horses." Somehow I went from a Scottish accent to a Western accent. But anyway, and until I see the money, Old Zach Moss isn't letting anybody out of that hole.
Zach, I understand. Let me see two things. Foxglove, he's a little bit of a nobleman. You know what I mean. He may still be he may sleep through the night. He said he was going to meet us later on, but that I don't know for certain. But as soon as I can catch up to him without breaking his beauty sleep, I will try and make sure he gets over here as quickly as possible if I can influence a man such as that. Because I understand you need to be made whole. I get it. Having said that, the topic of the Minotaur, I'm hoping you've kept that between yourself and your boys, because the sheriff was very clear. He does not want that information being spread further, and Ziggy shouldn't have even brought that to you.
Yeah, I was wondering about that with everybody all jittery in town. I tell you what, you have my word that neither me nor my sons will say a peep about it.
And do you have the head itself? Because I would frankly like to dispose of it at this point, if you haven't
Yeah,
already.
yes. Yeah, I got it. Out back. Hey, you, Lug, get over here. And one of his sons comes over. You had to bring Jill Bar back and give him that Minotaur head. And if you say a word about that Minotaur's existence, and he looks at both of his boys, to anybody down there at the Hagfish or anywhere else where you no good louts are swiddling tonight, you'll have old Zach Moss to answer to.
Zach,
Okay, Doc.
let me see how quickly. I appreciate your help. I understand your position. We need to make sure Foxglove makes you whole on this. Let me follow up with him. We'll take the head, and we'll be back as quickly as possible.
Okay.
I'd like
Then he
to
goes
think that
back to
Zach only has one testicle, but it's like the size and hardness of a coconut.
yeah, pretty much.
Nice.
Zach
So,
Moss, played by Peter Lorre.
Oh,
oh,
really?
This is
Yeah.
not what I expected.
Not at
Completely
all.
not expected.
With
okay.
the
So,
eye too.
I
So,
actually saw
Peter
him as.
Lorre from Young Frankenstein.
so once we have the head, I'll shake his hand vigorously, and
Shake his ball.
yeah, shake his nut vigorously, and give it the old strong handshake and firm grip sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
And then
Yeah.
before we get back to the dragon, I'll pull everybody up and say, well, gentlemen, it seems Ziggy did go there, as Zach mentioned. Unfortunately, he insulted Zach, as he said, and Zach is holding him right now until he gets made whole on the horses that were slain. I don't think it would be right for us to start an incident. If it comes down to it, we can involve the mayor, but at the end of the day, Foxglove just needs to pay for the horses that were killed. It seems like Ziggy is safe for now, and if we can get Foxglove to pay for the horses that were slain, which I think he can afford to do, Ziggy will be returned to us without having to involve the mayor or cause a further situation. That is my preference, but I wanted to speak to you before we went back into the dragon here. What say you all?
Everybody make a perception check.
And while they do, Horton, just so you know, I totally pictured Zach Moss, as Steve Bannon. That's what I thought.
Did you say Steve Bannon?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, we're switching him to that. That's better. He's Steve Bannon with the with the 3 shirts and all.
Yeah, just
What?
Well,
Like in his most drunkest phase when he had the big bulbous red nose and everything.
Was his perception?
Yeah.
I can't roll a diplomacy check to save my ass, but that's a 24 on perception.
Jesus.
Okay, so just as you're talking to the guys, you see out the corner of your eye, you see one of his Foxglove's manservants scurrying across the street.
Perfect. We know their names. I don't remember. It's like Benny and Lenny or and whatever.
Yeah, this one's Lenny.
Lenny.
Excuse me, Lenny. Can we bend your ear for a quick second here?
Oh, yeah. Oh, of course, anything for the Heroes of Sandpoint. You saved my life.
Lenny, we are so glad that we were able to save you and save Lord Foxglove. And I hate to bother you while you're still pretending the Lord Foxglove is recovering from our mishaps out there. But is Lord Foxglove up yet? Because the sheriff has given us some instructions, and we're hoping to speak to Lord Foxglove about his part in making sure those are carried out.
Yes, why, yes. I was just going over to the general store to get him some fresh olives for his luncheon.
If you would be so kind as to take us up, if we could meet with him quite quickly, it's just one or two sort of loose ends to tie up, and then you can continue on. But if you wouldn't mind escorting us to his room and announcing us and making sure he's willing to speak with us, that would be fabulous.
Yes, of course, of course. And he actually brings you back to the dragon, and Foxglove's actually in his traditional table in the corner, another corner, eating.
Lord Foxglove, I hate to interrupt
fucking
you.
olives, man.
Yeah,
I hate to interrupt you.
He's got a lot of peculiar taste.
Yeah.
I hate to interrupt you at luncheon, but your
Hold
man
on,
Lenny.
Gilba. One second, please. Lenny, did you get the ones without the pimentos?
Unfortunately,
No.
we saw Lenny outside and asked if you might be available before he could make it to the general store. It's our fault if he does not have them for you yet.
And you see a look of disappointment and maybe even a flash of anger pass through him, but then it passes and the sun comes up and he smiles at you. Of course, Gilba. Anything for the heroes of Sandpoint who have preserved mine and Lenny's lives. Come, sit. Join me for a brief and humble repast. Amigo, please bring me
An olive
4
plate.
more settings.
Well, your hospitality and graciousness is beyond bounds, Lord Foxglove.
I was just about to have some mimosas. Would you like a mimosa?
Certainly, I will. I cannot speak for my companions. Do any of you wish for a mimosa?
I request only hot water.
Yeah, give me a mimosa. That's good.
Yeah, I will
Nice.
have the olives.
Pitcher of mimosas. And then you get your ass over there to the store and get me those olives. No pimentos either. Money scurries up. Yeah, yes, sir.
Well, Lord Foxglove, I hate to bother you with mundane business, but as a shopkeeper in this town, I run the Vaulted Arms. I think you're familiar. I was just speaking with Zach Moss, who is the manager, the proprietor, while the owner, Deverin, is away, of the Goblin stables. And obviously 4 horses were slain on our trip. And his concern is that those are for a business of his size, not for someone such as yourself, but for a business of their size, a significant investment. And again, I hate to trouble you with this, but they are hoping that you can make them whole on that as quickly as possible, since they were horses that you had rented.
Make a diplomacy check.
All right. Anyone going to aid me on this one?
I will definitely aid you on that one.
I'll try it.
Well,
again,
I'll see.
too.
Try it to.
Oh, yay. I did.
Nice.
Yeah, no.
Bruno?
I can't help on that.
It's a hearty
Okay.
back slap, by the
him.
way. That's the aid.
Okay.
Hearty back slap.
So
Yeah, I
I'm-
can't help you.
Yeah, I'm burning through my haggler's tongue, so I'm going to be at +9 on this.
Jesus.
Jesus fucking Christ. So that's an 11.
Don't you have some sort of luck thing where you get a reroll once a day or something?
He already did it.
Well, I already used my inexplicable luck after the roll on the first diplomacy check with Zach Morris, where I also rolled a natural 2.
Jesus.
Yeah, so I do have that, and I've already burnt it for the day, which
Roll
is
luck check.
great. Okay, that I can do.
Can you get aided on a luck check?
Nope.
So that's under. Did I want under or over? Because that's under my luck.
You want under.
Then I made it by 10.
All right. So just at this moment, Abadar, you feel Abadar's grace cascading upon you as your loins stiffen, and you feel like your words are especially honey-tongued. And I'll let you re-roll that one more time.
Oh, Jesus.
What
Here's
possibly
nothing.
go wrong?
Well, that is a 16.
Much better.
Okay. So perception or diplomacy of a 16.
Yes.
All right, let me just check something here. Oh. So he's kind of fork mid mouth, kind of looks at you, looks away, looks at you, sets his fork down, pushes his plate back. Yes, I suppose I was the one who rented them. What's the asking price for a horse in Sandpoint?
Well, the average price for a horse of that type of condition, the average price is roughly 100 gold. Zach, of course, is saying they were exceptional, but I give you the average price, and I'll let you make the determination as to how much credence you give to Zach's merit that they were exceptional beasts.
Hmm. And how much is
I will
he?
I will say as a shopkeeper that being without a significant portion of your wares, until he's able to buy new ones and replace them, he will be losing income. So whether they're exceptional or not, that is something that you might, as a man of wealth and distinction, wish to factor in. But that is your decision, of course.
Yes, yes, of course, of course. Well, we wouldn't have. Perhaps we wouldn't have even made it back alive without the remaining horses. I understand all these things. It's all so unpleasant that we even have to deal with money in life, isn't it, Gilbar?
Yes, Abadar's bounty is fruitful, but at times the coin of the realm can be troublesome. I understand your concerns, and again, I hate to trouble one such as yourself with such mundane, trivial things.
Yes, yes, of course. And then he raises one hand and another lackey comes up. This one's named Kenny. And he whispers in his ear. And Kenny scurries upstairs and then he says, Kenny will take care of this for you. And I also want to take this occasion. We haven't had a chance to properly reward you for saving my life. What? Are you ever in Magnamar by chance?
Well, I have been to
Uh-oh.
Magmar in the past, but not for a long time. But who knows? I have usually gone there once every other year or so to renew contact with some of my friends there. Perhaps in the coming year, I'll be headed that way again.
Yes, well, I, for starters, I'd like you and all your party members, especially that handsome devil DTD, to know that you all have earned my trust and my affection. And if you do chance upon Magnamar, just look me up. You've you're welcome to stay in my humble abode. Some of you may have to use the guest house, but others of you can stay in the main house. And I'll show you more proper appreciation for what you've done to me. But, as I'm on the road and I have limited resources here, there's only so much I can do right now. And just then Kenny comes running down. And he's got 2 burlap sacks.
Of
Oh,
course he does.
and then you see him looking at Foxglove kind of nervously, and Foxglove nods. And let me just check something here. The the first bag, he says, here's 40 platinum for that Moss character. If he doesn't take that, well, I must admit I'm not going to be able to accommodate him.
Shit,
There's only
take the
so much
40
I can
platinum.
pay. And this is for you. To be doled out however you will, as a small token of my appreciation for you saving my life not once, but twice. And he hands you another bag, and you think it impolitic to open said bag. Perhaps, this will be enough for you. And again, if any of you are in Magnemar, please look me up and I will show you a good time. Is that
Lord
all? Can I
Lord
help you with anything else?
Lord Foxglove, we appreciate you making the stablemen whole on this. Your generosity towards him, and also your patronage of us is most appreciated, and a sign of fine fellowship and humor on your part. If we're in Magnemar, or I will say for myself, if I am in Magnemar, I will certainly look you up. And it would
Indeed.
be my true pleasure to remake your acquaintance at your home.
The pleasure will be all mine, Jilbar, he says somewhat creepily. And make sure, where's DTD?
He was a little bit under the weather after our battles and has stayed in the room for now, but hopefully he's feeling well by 10:30 or 11 p.m. Central Standard Time.
I'm leaving on the morrow. Perhaps you could give him my card and tell him to look in on me later tonight.
Whoa.
I will
What's
certainly pass. I will certainly pass that along. It would be
What's
my
the
pleasure.
subtext on that?
Okay, so you guys presumably, what are you going to do?
Let's take that bag of
Yeah.
fun money over
Pay the
to our good
dickhead
friend
off.
Zach.
And skim off the
Okay.
top a little bit.
Let's maybe
So you
take
go back
5
over to
platinum
Moss.
for ourselves.
Yeah, let's skim off 10. 30
Yeah.
ought to work.
Yeah, let's see if that works with him.
You guys are gonna end up in the cellar too.
DTD would ask.
So, John, you are.
Hold on.
So,
So we'll
Jabbar,
go
you're
out.
in an interesting. Yep.
Yeah, let's go outside first of all, and let's
Look in
open
that
up
other
the other
sack?
bag.
Yeah.
So you open up the other sack, and there are. It's hard to tell, but with your quick mind, Jilbar, and sense of money, you're pretty sure there's 100 platinum in there.
What?
Wow.
What?
Sweet.
Wow.
It's a lot of
Go to
coin.
the ATM, make change.
I say we don't need to skim if we just got
Yeah.
yeah. Let's just get Ziggy out.
Skim here, a little skim there. Everybody expects it.
Are you all okay with non-skimming?
I wouldn't go so far as to say okay, but I can live with it.
All I'm gonna say is it's a good thing DTD is not here tonight.
God, yeah.
Correct. Okay. Dojo and Glurk, are you fine just getting Ziggy out of this mess?
Yeah, let's
Yeah.
get that boy out of there.
Okay, so we'll go back. It's only been, a half hour, 40, maybe 45 minutes to an hour. That whole thing took.
Not even. It took. You guys are pretty close, so it took 20 minutes.
Okay. Zach, I hate to bother you again, but I come with good news this time.
Aye. Well, I'm a sucker for good news, Jilbar. What you got for me?
Lord Foxglove understands the situation, and he does indeed wish to make you whole. I believe he has done so here, and I'll show him a bag. It looks
Cool.
like there is enough here to cover the full 4 horses at their market value. And I'm hoping that is enough to make you overlook Ziggy's transgressions and give him and his equipment back, if that is something you can go ahead and do.
So he looks in the bag and he says, "Whoa." He looks, his eyes kind of wide, and he says, "What? This got to be." And he counts. Is that 40 platinum?
Yes, it
By the
is.
gods!
Yes.
By Abadar's thumbnails. Which apparently is some local prayer that you've never heard. Just then you hear galloping coming up. And then a horse comes around the bend. Whoa! And you see
ETT.
you see, let me just pull up my little mappy map, Pappy Pap. Sorry, it's booting right back up. Give me 10 seconds here. You see this gentleman.
Huh.
Wait, I don't see him.
Yeah, I'm putting him on the map.
I see no one.
Oh, there he is.
Brad Pitt from hell was that movie?
He's very rugged looking.
He looks kind of like DTD, just younger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Legends of the
Legends
Fall. That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
You see this gentleman on a beautiful chestnut mare come riding up.
Yeah.
Whoa, whoa. And you see
Toga boners all around.
yeah, you see you see the two boys kind of run up to the mare, and this guy dismounts and he says, "Well met, Zach. What do we have here?" And Zach gives kind of a shifty look, and oh, look at that, he says, "as I live and breathe. Thank God you're back, Devrin. We didn't expect you for another fortnight." "Well, yes, I was ranging up north and the trail grew cold and I thought I'd come check back in. What have I missed?" "Well met, Gilbar. Not sure that you and I have ever broken bread, but I know of your name by reputation." And he comes up and gives you a barbarian handshake.
Devin, same to you as well. It's a pleasure to get some time to spend with you. Welcome back, and let me introduce you to my companions.
Please do.
If you were gone for the festival, they had a hand in defeating the goblins that raided the town during the festival.
Yeah, I wish I was here. It makes me sick that I missed it. I would have cleaved those motherfuckers up on my wall, each and every one of them.
Well, it's only been a day or two. They are over the cliff's edge, but if you send someone down the ears, you still may be able to collect those and add to your add to your mural, if you will.
No, I only nail them up if I kill them myself. But thanks for the offer.
Respect that. But here, let me introduce you. This is Dojo, son of Kojo.
He sticks his hand out for you. Well met, Dojo.
I'll embrace his hand.
Yeah, he's got a strong grip. Devrin Hask at your service.
I am Dojo, son of Kojo. It is said you can only see clearly when you close your eyes.
And what race are you? Remind me.
I'm a hobgoblin.
No, not race, but what ethnicity? I thought you were from the other side of the world.
Shanti.
Or
I am, yeah. I'm nominally Asian.
and what's the name? What Zhang Chi?
Kojo? Dojo, son of Kojo?
Where he's from?
Yeah, yeah.
Where
what?
I'm from? Where
are you from?
The continent is Tangia.
Yeah,
But I'm from the hobgoblin land of Cowling.
it's a Cowling accent, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct. Have you
Mm,
had occasion to travel that very far place?
indeed, I have. I've traveled near and far, hunted everything on this earth, on this land of Galarian, even dragon.
Well, I have come to the belief of a traveler, which is the world breaks everyone, and afterward, some are strong at the broken places.
Yes. And he kind of looks off into the distance, thinks about what you said. Wise words. Wise words, Dojo. And he pats you on the shoulder. And who else do we have?
Allow me to introduce Glurk.
Yeah, someday I will
Mm.
kill you.
Yes, yes. Well met. And someday I will kill you. And he embraces you.
We're doing the barbarian handshakes.
Yeah. And you, Glorton, you just can't help but like this guy. It's cool.
And finally, I don't know if you've met him in town. He's a fellow resident. Allow me to introduce Finn as well.
Finn. I honestly never seen you in my life, but
I was
I
sorry
don't
about
know
your brother,
everybody.
Samuel Ludlow, and how they took him in the war over there.
Yes, it was tragic. I never knew that a frost giant and a fire giant could do that to a man. Kind of looks
The
off in the
crowd sure as
distance.
hell could. That's
Yeah.
why we went.
Yeah, and then he snaps out of it. Yes. Well, well met, Finn. I'm glad to meet you. What's going on here? And he looks around and looks at the bag.
Working class hero bullshit.
Yeah, there's two things to be aware of. First of all, Lord Foxglove, noble from Magnamar, after the Swallowtail Festival, we had actually helped rescue him there from some goblins, and he asked us to accompany him on a hunt and rented 4 horses. Unfortunately, while we were on that hunt, we
Oh, and
encountered
that what's his toots chimes in 8 horses. Zach Moss.
correct. We had rented 8 horses. Unfortunately, 4 of them were slain by raiders that we ended up encountering after the hunt.
Goblins?
Basically, Lord Foxglove rented 8 horses.
Yes,
We're
Lord
just here
Foxglove.
on a.
Goblin raiders?
Well, knowing your discretion, and this is something Zach already knows, it was actually a Minotaur raider. We have let the sheriff know, and he's asked us to keep it to the barest possible number in the town so as not to alarm anyone. But I know a man of your ability can handle this knowledge. But it was a Minotaur and a dire boar.
Wait a minute here. You guys were boar hunting in the Tickwood and you ran into a dire boar and a minotaur?
That's right.
Dire boar.
And
that is correct.
I ate its heart.
That's impossible. They don't range this far west. I haven't seen a minotaur this side of the Mindspin Mountains since I was a boy.
Correct. All of that is correct, but I swear I'm telling it true.
What does Shalelu say of this?
Well, we are going to go meet her. She's already been informed. She asked us to meet her at the Dragon here in just a few minutes. But before we did that, we wanted to make sure Foxglove had settled up for the horses he rented that were slain. And this is the payment I'm currently delivering to Zach. On top of all that, one of our number who fought valiantly and actually got the killing blow on the Minotaur, he was not quite in his right mind after the encounter. I think that even though he fought valiantly, it shook him, and he came to Zach and was less than gracious about the horses that were lost. And Zach detained him. But now that the horses have been cleared up, we were going to gather him and go meet with
Detain
Schlichter.
him? Zach, what'd you detain him for? Well, he was trying to foist off a minotaur on me and tell us that he didn't owe us money for the horses. That's concerning. Which horses did we lose? Then he names them and he says, those old nags. That's no great loss. How much
Mm,
you charging for him, Zach? 10, 20 gold pieces?
more than that.
How much more?
We actually negotiated just now with Lord Foxglove market price of 100 gold each.
100 gold. That's funny.
Well, we had to
What'd
talk.
you really negotiate for?
Well,
Zach would never rip you off like that. These horses were honest draft horses, but they were nothing special. They worth 20, 30 gold max.
Well,
Zach?
Town's buggery laws are needing of updating.
Mm-hmm.
I tell you what, give us 100 gold for all four, and you can keep your hard-earned money, Kilbar. I'm sure Zach had a misunderstanding. He looks at him askance. Which won't happen again, will it, Zach? Oh, of course, sir. I wouldn't dream of it. I must have. Yeah, well, I've been drinking. I've been hitting the bottle a little hard, and I got confused. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Drinking on the job.
I'm sorry, lad. I think I got confused. And what is this gentleman who's underneath my establishment? Is he a friend of yours, Jabbar?
he is. He is actually one of the heroes that, as everyone in town is calling, the group.
What? For
Yes.
Christ's sake, lads, get out here. Let that boy up now. And the two boys drop everything they're doing and run over. And they give some command to the dogs, and they kind of run off. And then he opens it up. Ziggy, I don't know, or you hear some commotion and some yelling, and then you see the door open. What do you do?
Oh. I start to walk out to see what's going on. Yeah,
I'll try and make sure that I'm as close to the door as possible so I can grab Ziggy before he fully exits.
Okay. So you go do that, and while you're doing that, it looks like Daverin's having a harsh word with Zach Moss. So he's distracted, so you can do that.
Okay.
Ziggy, what did you do?
Ziggy, after quite a bit of negotiation, we've garnered your release from here. But I'm going to ask you not to say anything until we're back to the dragon. We don't need to stir this hornet's nest any further. All of your possessions are being returned. We've actually got quite a handsome reward from Lord Foxglove for our troubles, and we are going to let bygones be bygones. Is that understood?
I'll let you know that people actually quite like me and find me quite charming. I'm sure anything I would say would be quite perfect for the situation. But seeing as you've worked to get me out of my current predicament, I'll listen for now.
I appreciate that.
Will you
I've seen firsthand your ability to speak with people, but right now, trust me, it's not the time. Let us go.
At that, Deverin walks over and says, "Good man, I'm sorry that you were mistreated at my establishment. Deverin Hosk here. And you are Ziggy?"
I am Ziggery D.
Ziggery-doo.
Mr. Ziggery-doo. Well, it's well met, Zach. Zach has mistreated you, and I've reprimanded him accordingly. Please gather your possessions and accept my sincerest apology.
Yeah, I kind of like this guy.
It is a pleasure to be dealing with a gentleman. Actually, as root sellers go, it's the most uncomfortable.
And then he says, Gilbar, I meant to... So Shalelu's in town now?
Yes, we're actually just a few minutes here. We're supposed to meet her at the Dragon. She said she had additional information for us.
He pulls you aside and he says, that's somewhat concerning, as she wasn't due for months back ranging. Has something happened?
Or is it her? Got a bad feeling about her anyways.
So, Horton, from what you said earlier, Shalelu and Deverin, they're associates, correct?
Yes. They're kind of you're not quite sure how they're associated. You just know that
Yeah.
those are the two people that kind of work, the council relies on for news of the outer world.
Devon, you know Shalelu. I won't venture to speak for her, but if you wish to come meet with her, we're literally going to see her in a few minutes here, just next door. You're welcome to join. I'm sure she'd be happy to see you.
Yes, I think I will. Concerns me that she's back so soon. Let me just wash up and I'll meet you there.
Sorry to interrupt, but I got to put my kids to bed. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah, go for it. And then he, trots off, and Zach Moss gives you kind of a sheepish but sly, kind of angry look, and then he trots off too. So you end up giving him 25 platinum, which means you got 175 platinum.
170. If we give him 25, that would be 150.
Oh wait, no, I said that wrong.
Yeah,
Wait.
We gave him
It's
10
10 platinum for. It's
Yeah.
that's what I meant. That's
So
what
we get 30 back, so we got 130. Right?
correct.
Yep.
Great. That's awesome.
Okay, so he's gonna wash up. You guys are probably 10-15 minutes away from your meeting with Shalelu. And then after that, it's barbecue time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
When are we
so
going to
I'll
eat that
take-
boar? That's what I want to know.
Mm-hmm.
I know Renato's working at it, but let's go meet with Shalelu. And gentlemen, by the way, at the feast tonight, we'll see if anyone else is attending, but I did run into Mayor Devon earlier, and she actually is going to come by. I don't know if she'll be there for the whole time or not, but she expressed interest in meeting all of you as the Heroes of Sandpoint, and wanted to get a chance to get to know the men who helped save many, many people in town already, and are hopefully going to be continuing to aid the town against whatever enemies may be coming. So she wants to personally meet you and get a chance to speak with all of you.
Ben, with a face of horror, is this like a sexual thing?
I am quite certain when she says she wants to meet with you and speak with you, it has nothing to do with that, Finn.
Get to know,
Yeah, I understand your concern, I guess, but
Doesn't matter to
again,
me.
I think she just wishes to meet you all and thank you for your service, but also literally just get a chance to meet the folks who are new in town and have already provided such a service.
Gary's eating rice.
All right, so
Wait a second. Now, this Shalelu, let's ask this guy about her because she's not supposed to be here right now.
Which guy? Well, he just went to wash up. Are you talking about Davrin?
Yeah.
So he went to wash up.
Yeah, I want to know a little bit more
she-
about that.
about why she's here.
Yeah.
Well, you do know why she's here. Remember, we went through that whole scene before. She had come back to report all that goblin movement that we covered at the beginning of the episode.
Yeah, so we know why she's here, but I'm not. Even though I told this guy about the Minotaur because I kind of had to, and Zach would have done it, I'm not gonna just be blabbing out Shalelu's business or the town business. I'll let her do that.
Yeah, and you didn't know there was a connection between, Davrin and Shalelu both serve a similar purpose for the town, but you didn't know that they were acquainted. So you feel like before he gets there, you might want to mention to Shalelu, Gilbar. You guys might want to mention and just see how she reacts.
Absolutely.
Okay.
I don't trust enough anyways.
So now we have to have a word from our sponsors so we can pay for this episode. So we're going to take a 5-minute pee break, and I'm going to go get a Guinness.
Sponsor.
Dude,
Woohoo!
I'm going to go get a Guinness too.
Oh, boy.
I'm just gonna go pee. In
I'm gonna
Finn's
make-
mouth.
I'm still on a hot mic, so you can't talk about me, Finn.
Okay.
Well, you can actually.
Okay, good.
Probably. Yeah.
So,
Hot mic.
Literally.
A lot of spice coming together here, Rito. A lot of threads being pulled.
A lot of threads. One
Yeah.
might almost say a tapestry of threads.
Indeed. In fact, I think I would say that.
Or is that the Guinness talking?
Well, I'm dead sober. This is my first drink.
There's your problem.
Yeah, which means I'm dead.
Aaron Jones
what-
has got a quad injury.
Mm-hmm.
Who does?
Aaron Jones.
What?
Senior.
Why? How?
That's
You
why
look
they held him
fine.
out.
He got smacked.
Fuck. How bad is it?
I don't think it's that bad.
I mean,
Put some
they kept him
Ben
dressed for the
Gay.
fourth quarter. I'm assuming that was to be a backup, if we needed him.
Ben Gay, linseed oil, that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Lube it up.
Lube it or boob it.
Latvia to provide 1,000 drones for Ukraine.
Your people
But
coming through
Latvian-
again.
You can always count on Latvia. If I had a nickel for every time I said that.
Mm-hmm.
Jesus, everybody is ripping what's his nuts Tom Brady apart for him forgetting that the Vikings beat the Packers. Did you hear that part of the game where he totally spaced that of the Packers losses, one of them was already to the Vikings? I mean, no big deal.
Right.
But
Yeah.
like everybody's just dunking him hard on it.
Well, he's made a few small mistakes, but I think it's just inexperience. I mean, I think he's sharp with his I like
He's
the
just such a
insights he
doofus.
has.
Mm-hmm.
I like the insights he has though, like early in the game when he was like Darnold called the audible and why he did. Like that was cool.
Yeah, Tony Romo was like that the first year too, and then just got terrible.
Yeah, that's true.
And he's more personable than Tom freaking Brady.
Oh,
Mr.
Rito,
Mm-hmm.
Rito, you've had a bone to pick with Tom Brady.
You're damn right.
Too long.
Bill Belichick didn't pay me to sink his career for nothing.
Can you just enjoy for a second though how badly Tom Brady was completely glazing us? He was so biased for us. If I was a Green Bay fan, I would have been super pissed.
Yeah, totally.
He was ripping them
just
too.
making up for years of Joe Buck and Chris Collinsworth, man.
Yeah, totally.
That's why I love Tom Brady. He's a pro Viking.
Yeah.
Check out that frothy head.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, look at that. Look at that. Huh?
Handsome.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Oh.
Muy guapo.
Mm-hmm.
I got Guinness.
So we're now
brand.
going into the portion of the night when the DM starts drinking.
Excellent.
Usually DM by a DM who's had troubles, like his broad flew the coop or with another guy and all the bread.
Yeah.
Yes. Indeed. All right, so
It's
why the
AC3. There's nothing in the place.
It's 2:45. This is how these guys behave.
Hey, speaking of 2:45, I'll just speak for myself on this. I ain't got to work tomorrow. I can go late if needed.
Well, alas, I do have to work.
Oh. I don't gotta work
Sorry.
either. I gotta go pick up Kathy at the airport though, early. She's got the red eye.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just show up whenever you want.
No big deal.
Yeah.
I've got to work, but it's real grab ass work because it's holiday week. And really, there's no day on earth in my job that I need a lot of mental.
I'm in a rock band.
He's my father.
Well, Tilk, they
So-
put the kids back to bed for another hour and a half. So do we want to proceed?
Yeah, we're gonna proceed. Yep, absolutely. I'm just organizing something. All right, so you guys go back to the dragon, and you see Shalelu talking with a Mako at the bar, and the place is starting to fill up. And she sort of nods to you, Jilbar. And yeah.
Well, I'll, gentlemen, if you want to meet our table, I'll see if Shalelu's ready for us, and I'll walk over to Shalelu.
I'm gonna keep a wary eye on Shalelu, especially because she's talking to Mako.
I'm gonna take a baseline for a walk.
You can do that.
Mhm.
Shalelu, we just had to stop by at the stables real quick next door. Interestingly, Deverin also just came back into town. And I did mention we had to see you. He said he would probably come over to say hello as well. He was concerned you were back so quickly.
Yeah. Did you say Davrin?
Yes, Davrin.
And there's kind of a weird. Make a perception check.
Perception, sense, motive. Which one do you want?
Perception.
Okay. That's better for me. That would be a 21.
Woo! You said you kind of see a range of emotions when that name comes up. Like immediate, like for the first microsecond was sort of hopeful, like just excited, like the visceral positive reaction to the name. Then concern, and then something maybe almost regret. And but then it's gone within a microsecond.
Jilted lovers?
So again, I don't know for sure. He said he probably would come by. I just wanted to make sure you were aware before he shows up, if he is going to do that.
Yeah, it's concerning that he's wasn't due back here for months, but it's good to have him. Anytime he's in town, he's a great asset. He's a stout warrior and with a keen mind.
Excellent. Well, we're going to gather on the table over here. Whenever you're ready, we'd love to hear the other information you have for us.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you guys go sit at the table. She stays at the bar, and then about 5 minutes later, well, first of all, Polly comes over and asks for your drink orders.
Beer. Give me some beer.
And yeah, so she sets you guys up with some hot water and drinks. And then about 5 minutes later, you see Davrin come in and kind of sweeps his eyes over the room, and then he sees Shalelu, and he goes up, and Shalelu, and a Mako talk, and you see Shalelu, and he hug.
I knew it.
Briefly.
What kind of hug?
Not like sexually, but no, not sexually, but just sort of like the embrace of two. You're not quite sure, two warriors who you sense there's some sort of deep history there. But so that happens, and then they both come over with a couple pints and sit down with you guys. Jabbar, I see you've met Davrin. It's a happy coincidence that he and I are both in the town together, especially at this concerning and auspicious juncture. So then she's going to launch straight into what she knows. So why don't I just tell you what I know, and then you guys can ask me questions. How does that sound?
Sounds great.
I like it.
Are you going to send us
just
a
tell
recap
me
of
the
this,
name of the
or
movie?
is Mike on notes detail?
Oh shit!
I'll just copy and paste it, so you don't have to dig around with notes.
Juicy.
Perfect.
So this is what she kind of downloads here. There are 5 major goblin tribes in the region. The closest to Sandpoint are the bird cruncher goblins, who live in caves along the western edge of the Devil's Platter,
The
which
dirty
was that big white
bird
area.
crunchers.
Although traditionally these goblins are least aggressive. To the south of them are the Licktoad goblins in the Brine Stump Marsh. That was the area southeast on the way to Magmar. Pesky ones they're excellent swimmers, but not very formidable as warriors. East are the Seven-Tooth goblins of Shankswood. Goblins who've secured a place for themselves by raiding Sandpoint's junkyard and rebuilding stolen refuse into armor and weapons. You could call them engineers, for lack of a better term, but not warriors. Farther east are the Mosswood goblins, likely the largest tribe, but one traditionally held back by feuding families within their own ranks. And finally, we've got the Thistletop goblins. They live in Nettlewood, on the Nettlewood coast atop a small island that some say holds a passing resemblance, and I would agree with this, to a decapitated head.
Apple Gray, Scavo.
Yeah.
So she kind of goes on to talk about how goblins, as you all know, probably live short.
Yay.
Is that Till?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Till, we're just going over the Shalalu's meeting with the goblin tribe, or she's just downloading the info she knows about the goblin tribe.
Oh, no.
And you
I'm
kind
back,
of came
but
at
I
the
lost
right time because she's talking about the Thistletop goblins who live in the Nettlewood coast above
Okay.
on a small island that resembles a skull.
Small island.
She notes that, as you would all know, the goblins generally live short, violent lives. It's unusual for a single goblin to achieve any real measure of notoriety. But if and when one does, there's a reason for it. And currently, about a half a dozen goblins in the region enjoy the status of goblin hero, quote unquote. So you got Big Gugmut, who's an unusually muscular and tall goblin from Mosswood, who had said had a hobgoblin for a mother and a wild boar for a father.
I doubt it.
You had Karuvas, who is a champion of the Seven-Tooth tribe, as well, and he's well known for his short temper and his prized possession, a magic longsword sized for a human that the goblin stubbornly kept as his own, despite the fact that it is too large for him to wield. He vanished several months ago after he supposedly discovered a secret hideout in a cave along the cliffs. But the Seven-Tooth Goblins remain convinced he's out there still, waiting to murder any goblin who tries to discover his hideout. Then you've got Vorka. She's a notorious goblin cannibal who lives in the Brine Stump Marsh. And she's a hero to mostly goblins of the Licktoad tribe. And she didn't seem that was too important. Then Gutwald is the obese chieftain of the Brine Stump goblins. He's a corpulent monster who never leaves his throne rather.
Yeah. He's always sucking his thumb.
And then there's Rip Nugget. He's the leader of the Thistletop goblins and controls what the five tribes agree is the best lair. So she kind of perks her head up at that and she says, I think this is one to watch out for, because it is a formidable defense, and I've seen a lot of activity there recently. And finally, there's Brothers Moose, the infamous bugbear ranger who lives in northern Nettlewood and often visits the five tribes to trade things he's stolen from caravans for various trinkets. He has a particular hatred of elves. In fact, I've fought him on several occasions. I haven't managed to get the upper hand on him, but I will in the end. He seems more of a lone wolf to me, though. The one I'm most concerned about is Rip Nugget and the Thistletop goblins. I think they might be behind this.
And I forget the name, but the second goblin you discussed, the one with the human-sized longsword. You said he was on the caves, but which tribe is he affiliated with in the general location?
He was the champion of the Seven Tooth tribe.
And where are they based out of?
The Seven Tooths?
Yes.
Um,
Mo Green in Las Vegas.
they're out of the Shankswood, east of Sandpoint.
Excellent.
So,
So,
but in terms of the caves, she doesn't know where these caves are, but they have to be somewhere along the coast, which would put them somewhere between you and Magnamar.
Well, is Magnamar to the north or the south of Sandpoint?
West.
South.
Yeah,
West,
so
sorry.
Along the coast.
do we know what tribes of goblins attacked us?
all 5.
Mm-hmm.
So all
They
five.
all somebody or something somehow banded them all together to attack Sandpoints, and I'm still trying to figure that out. Goes against their character.
So the
And
Shankswood
it,
is on the way to the Nettlewood, and if I'm hearing you correctly, you think that the Nettlewood is in the Thistletop goblins and their skull hideaway. You think that's the most likely point where whoever is commanding them or leading them is likely to be rallying. Did I hear that correctly?
yes, I think the Thistletop goblins and Rip Nugget. He has the best lair. I don't know this. I've seen a lot more activity there recently. It would make sense that he might be behind all of this, but it still doesn't make sense to me that he would be a unifying force. There's got to be something or someone beyond even Rip Nugget. This just to unite all these tribes seems, at least from what I know of Rip Nugget, beyond him. Just doesn't add up.
Well, you have to
Gentlemen,
get
do
to
you
the
have any
bottom of
questions?
I
Or
would
shall I?
say yes.
I was just going to say, what else should we know before we start firing off any questions?
Well, I'd say, and then just as she's saying that, just as she's saying that, the door to the Rusty Dragon opens, and you hear somebody comes through the door and slams the door shut and bellows out a sharp-tongued command in a strange language, which Dojo you would recognize as Tien. And you glance over Jilbar, and it's you note that it's none other than the local magnate Lanjuku Kaijitsu, who's an elderly Tianmen and also the father of Ameko.
Mm.
And
That's
actually,
bugbear.
he's speaking Minkayan. So do you speak Minkayan?
I do not know.
Okay, that's an Eastern language.
Mm.
Does anyone speak Minkayan?
I did not.
Nope.
Okay, so he yells something, which sounds really violent, and everybody goes quiet in the tavern. And he stalks further into the tavern, and he's scanning the room for somebody. And Jilbar, you know that Lanjuku is a middle-aged Tianmen who recently decided that he's going to leave Sandpoint and move to Magnamar. And he wants to take his daughter Ameko with him. That's all you know. And as he walks in and he's screaming for her, he looks over at you. And then he starts walking your way. And he
To
switches
Jabbar?
to no, to all
Jabbar?
you guys at the table. And he switches and he says, "Ah, look, the heroes of Sandpoint. Saviors of the entire city. How did we survive without you? I've heard all about your ill-advised antics against the goblins, even though you should have left the defenses of the city to our own town guard and other trained professionals. What do you guys do?"
We were just helping out, sir.
People needed saving. That's what we do.
And you are the savior. What do we have here? A halfie?
Mr.
Some
Kaijitsu.
freak in the corner?
Mr. Kaijitsu. I hate to.
Yeah, Jilbar, the great savior of Sandpoint himself.
Does this guy seem
The
drunk?
Yeah. A disgraced merchant adventurer who somehow has conned Everin and the others into believing he's an upstanding man.
Who's this loud?
Yeah, what you got against us, buddy? We're just trying to have a drink.
This is
Mako's dad.
Lanjuku Taijutsu, who's
Oh.
Amako's dad, and he's like a magnate in the family or in the town. And just as you guys are about ready to react, Amako rushes into the front room. A ladle dripping with soup in her hand to find out what all the noise is about.
I want some of that soup.
He turns to her and they argue in Mankayan for a moment as Lanjuku issues some type of ultimatum, you would guess. And then he yells again, "You will come with me." And Amako tells him to leave the inn immediately with a bunch of profanity. And enraged, Lanjuku tries to grab her by the hair and drag her from the tavern.
Oh, at this I
But
stand.
Hands
and
off.
those of you who
Failed.
Under the
are
spell.
charmed by her are very affronted.
I'm not even charmed right here, but I'm going to stand up.
So, right as you're standing up to kind of get involved because you're pissed off, she dodges out of his way and brains him with her soup ladle.
Whoa.
Whoa.
And you see fish stock and potatoes flying all over him. And
Looks delicious.
he kind of stumbles and catches himself on the table. And then he looks at her and he spits at her and he says, "You're as dead to me as your mother." And he storms out.
Wow.
Amako,
And
it's okay.
just when that happens, Amako's just kind of standing there, breathing heavily and holding the ladle. And Polly comes over to hug her and she just looks shocked.
Amazing.
And then like
They're there.
and then like in Star Wars bar or whatever, then everybody kind of goes about their business and
Yeah,
the
the
music starts.
cantina.
He gets quiet and then he gets...
And at that, Shalelu gets up and goes over to Amako and they have a few words. And all you see
Alarming.
Davern's countenance dark and he says, "That son of a bitch," under his breath.
He did appear to be
And
drunk.
Mhm.
yes,
Or just a
he
jerk?
did. And you know, Joe Barr, that he has a reputation for being a bit of a tippler.
Like your buddy Rito.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately.
So then, after a few minutes, Shalelu comes back to the table and Amako disappears in the back and says, "Oh, well, that was unfortunate."
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the guy had it coming.
Like your buddy Rito.
Just be happy you have it. Buddy.
Sorry, she just wants to be alone now, but that's her asshole father. She's quite shaken by it. I don't blame her. He wants her to go to Magnamar and sell this place, and he's embarrassed that she opened it in the first place. And Joe Bar, you know that Ameko has a brother, Taijutsu, but he's another black sheep of the family, and rumor has it that he's not even Lanjuku's biological son. There's some rumors that he's, you know him to be a half elf, and there's some rumors that there may have been a tryst between his mother and someone else. But
Your buddy Rito.
he's been, you've never met him. I mean, he's been away from town for years. And and you also know that Ameko, those are the only sons. So if this is true about Kaijitsu, then she's really his only heir. So you kind of see why she'd want to come back to Magnamar. And you also know that the Kaijutsus, even though they live, relatively speaking, their manor home is the least vivacious of the four magnates of Sandpoint. They are by far the wealthiest, and they have a lot of power in Magnamar too.
Who are the four? Who are the four magnates of Sandpoint? Do we know that? I'm sorry, did I miss that? Do we know who they are?
Yeah, you absolutely do. Jill Barr would know. You've got the Kaijutsus, who I just spoke about, the Scarnettis.
Oh.
Scarnetti's story is so 40 years ago, Titus's father, Almon Scarnetti, assaulted the Varesian people to help take over the land for Sandpoint. And Titus was the only surviving son. He's an old man now, but he controls the mills and the lumber industry.
And the Varesians?
No. They're Chilaxian, and he was discriminating against the Varesians to take the land over when they first built the town. So he's hated by the Varesians. And so that's and then you've got the Valdemars, and they're in shipbuilding and fishing, and they're run by the patriarch Ethram Valdemar. He was an original member of the Sandpoint Mercantile League. He's the only one who's still alive. He's an old coot. And then you've got, who did I miss? Did I name all of them? Scarnetti, Kaijitsu, Valdemar, and
Cornetti.
Well, there's Scarnetti, Valdemar, Kaijitsu, and Deverin. So Mayor Deverin, it turns out, is actually a member of the oldest noble house, and you know that she actually, her son Fenchus, her father Fenchus and her grandfather Amos were both mayors of Sandpoint. They've been mayors since the beginning of the town. They both died in freak accidents. Amos was trampled by a runaway horse, and Fenchus was killed by a snake bite while on a boar hunt. And that left Kendra Deverin, who's now the mayor, the heir to the family fortune and the likely candidate for mayor. You know that she ran against none other than Titus Scarnetti in the last election and beat him soundly.
Yeah.
And there's no love lost between those families or each other.
Is it common knowledge what happened to Ameko's mother?
Yeah.
That is an interesting question that I don't.
Apparently, she is dead, or at least she's dead to Ameko's dad.
Yeah. So his oldest son, Lanjuku's son, Tajutsu or Suto rather, is the product of this. He's the product of his wife's Titus's wife's affair with some unknown elf. And let me just check one thing here. I just want to make sure.
Not Titus Scarnetti, but Ameko's father's.
Oh,
Right?
I'm sorry, Lanjuku, yeah. Yeah, you don't know that yet. I don't think you know that.
Okay.
So that's that. So where were we? Did you guys have more questions for Shalelu?
No.
Shalelu, so for right now, while the sheriff is headed to Magnamar and back, as you know, he's asked us to sort of watch over the town in case there's any other incursions and whatnot. What you're talking about with the Thistletop goblins and so on, that is something. Are you planning to pursue that, or what is your advice on that? We're not capable, or we shouldn't leave the town while the sheriff is away. But what are your thoughts? How do you wish to proceed, and what recommendations do you have for us?
So, that just you recall when you were in that meeting with Hemlock, he had been talking to Shalelu, and she said, "No, Sheriff Hemlock has asked me to go immediately to range around Shankswood, Brinestump, Mosswood, and Devil's Platter, and try to figure out who's behind this attack. He thinks that's really very important, and he asked me to leave as soon as practicable. So I'm off in the morning."
Excellent, excellent. I can't imagine the town's interest being served better by anyone than your capable hands in this matter.
Yes. Well, thank you. That's very kind of you. And then Davern says, "You're leaving in the morrow. Perhaps we could have dinner tonight and compare notes on what we found in the wilderness." And she kind of looks at him, says, "Yes, that would probably be a smart move. Perhaps we can formulate a plan and divide and conquer, as it were." And they kind of nod to each other. So you can invite them to the feast?
Sure.
Well, if you're interested in dinner, obviously Ameko has one of the boars we brought here, but Renata's been working on one all day at the Vaulted Arms. I believe the mayor is coming. If you'd care to join us, we'd love to have you.
That's very kind, but they kind of exchange glances, and she says, "Well, I have to be going before dawn, and should probably catch up with Davern. It's very kind of you, but how about next time?"
I can't guarantee we'll have a fresh boar, but I understand duty must come first. Totally understand.
Indeed. Duty calls. And if there's nothing else, I must go away.
All right, let's get to the Vaulted Arms, boys.
Yeah,
All right.
I'm kind of hungry.
So you guys roll out on the Vaulted Arms, and obviously you get over there, and it's about 5 o'clock. Perfect cocktail hour. And we got a couple things we got to cover here. Well, let's start with the Vaulted Arms. So what do we see when we get there, John? Or excuse me, Jilbar.
Well, I mean, there's basically two parts to the building that you can see from out front, which is the large storefront, and it's an all stone building with like a slate roof, and
Mhm.
there's there's like a display window where you can see inside and let some light in. And then there's like basically a connecting section that goes to where the actual forge is, which is, if you're looking at it, the storefront is on the left, and then on the right, the stone goes over and goes to where the actual forge and the real work is done. And again, there's a window there, so people can see in. And little known, there was not a window there previously, but when Jill Bauer and Renata bought the place, they said, let's make sure people can see us working, right? And
Yeah.
so that's where, so
See
right
you
now,
making love.
yeah, well, no, well, with the riddle of steel, correct. So right now you would probably see high tech strong arms finishing his his last work for the day, and a couple of the other junior apprentices in there. But then the building actually continues back, and there's another building attached to that, again stone, that does not have any windows. Um, and then back from there, there's going to be another couple buildings, one of which is actually the Hepsukin residence. And then off of that is like a guest house. So all told, it forms like a C. And in the actual storefront, there is a huge oak tree that comes up and is literally part of the building. And that oak tree basically gives shade to the entire courtyard, which is between the reversed C of the buildings themselves. And when you get back there, there's a large fire pit over which right now the boar is being slowly turned upon. And then there's also a large, I don't want to say quite a picnic table, but for lack of a better term, like a large table is set up there.
Viking long table.
Yeah, made out of rough hewn wood. And there's sort of the whole place is currently being set up for the feast for the evening.
Excellent. So, you do you all sit down and Renata comes out and she's got a tankard of ale
Yeah,
and
shoot.
who's
Go ahead.
what do we know about Renata?
She's played by Marissa Miller, and she's tall, strawberry blonde, sort of golden skin, Varisian, the
She's
typical Varisian.
Varisian.
Yes, Varisian freckles on her cheeks, and probably close to her would be at least one of the younger children, Louisa, or I'm forgetting my youngest son's names at the moment. I apologize. Let me get into that.
Chad.
No, not Chad.
Chaz.
Not Chaz. Uh, uh, Actually, it is Alex is the youngest son. So they're the two youngest, age 5 and 4 respectively. They'd probably be hovering around her, and she'd be occasionally sending them to do very important tasks, like get a flagon of water and put these napkins on the table, that sort of thing. And then the older son, Jaron, who is 7, she'd be giving him a little bit more stuff to do and probably have one or two of the other apprentices. So basically, she'd be running the circus, trying to get everything ready. But she'd definitely come over and greet everyone. And I think we'd probably give everyone a hug,
Oh,
welcoming them to the evening.
what do you think about that, Finn?
Love it.
Dojo,
Yeah, I'm down.
Always down.
Flurk,
Yep.
Ziggy.
Are we hugging his wife?
Yeah.
Yeah, as we do.
Make it-
In Varisian, I say to her, "Thank you for your hospitality."
Oh, you sly dog.
Well, I assume she would kind of take a step back and then respond in kind. Thank you for your friendship. Welcome to our home.
Oh, nice. All right, so you've made your greetings, and just then, coming through the door with a nice a wine vessel that she hands to Renata is Mayor Devrin. Thank you again, Jilbar, for inviting me.
Of course, Mayor. I know you met everyone earlier, but please allow me to reintroduce, and I'll go around reintroducing everyone. And
Not everyone.
well,
Nice to meet
almost everyone, with the exception of DTD, who is still not
Oh, and
feeling
where
well.
is DTD tonight? I was so
you.
looking forward to meeting him again.
Alas, he is still a little under the weather from the events of last night in the battle, and is recuperating in the Rusty Dragon. But I'm certain he'll be fine.
It's Jack's birthday,
Okay.
after all.
Yes, indeed. Okay. So Devrin's
Renata,
here.
yeah. How's the boar doing? Is it ready? Is she ready to serve, or do we have a few minutes to peace talk before the meal starts?
You guys have a few minutes to have a cocktail and chat your hearts out because we still have about a half hour.
Excellent.
So everybody sits down and gathers around, and drinks are poured, and there's some small talk going on. And Jilbar, or excuse me, Glurk, you're staring into the fire, sipping your drink, reflecting on the challenges of the last 36 hours, and the fire is kind of mesmerizing you. And oh, do we have a new visitor?
Speak of the devil.
Heyo.
DTD?
What's up, yo?
Hey,
Yay!
Yo-ho.
how is the party?
It was all right. I took Jack yesterday. He wanted to pick out his own birthday cake. So I took him over to Fiona's, really nice bakery in town. And he picked out a Yule log that weighed
Oh, that's sweet.
20 pounds. I mean, this thing was just massive.
That is awesome.
When you roll an
Awesome.
18 for wisdom. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. So we cut into that cake, and everybody was like, "Holy shit!" So we spent the last few hours just digesting.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, we're glad you
core
made it.
sample and send it up here. No big deal.
Yeah. I'll bag it up, bag it and tag it. And
Yeah. Throw it
get
into
it up to
evidence.
Quantico. Let that weird doctor of yours take a look at it.
So you came at a perfect time. I'm gonna go grab a glass of wine. Does somebody want to catch DTD up?
Not it.
Yeah.
Not it.
Not it.
We
Good
got
job, Bruno.
we got Ziggy out, and we met some dudes, and I don't know what we're doing.
Okay, let me
Do
take.
it all night,
That's
Andy.
the worst description ever.
No, yeah.
Not the most
Let me
accurate.
Let me try this out, you good for nothing louts. So I don't know. Do you remember DTD how we ended the last one on a cliffy with Ziggy getting arrested by the horse guy?
Yeah.
And
well,
thrown in
not
the-
getting arrested, getting kidnapped and
Yeah.
and manhandled and thrown into a cellar.
cellar.
Yeah.
So he
They're in the freezer.
So he was there. Let's see. The night started with Jill Barr talking to Mayor Devrin and inviting her to the boar hunt feast at his house. Then they tried to negotiate with Zach Moss to get Ziggy out. Things weren't going great, and then this guy in a horseback rode up named Davrin, and he ended up being the real owner of the place. And Zach Moss was just the manager. And he's played by Brad Pitt in Legends of the Fall era. And he's
a real fine chap, too, I must say.
Yeah, and he's some badass world-renowned hunter and ranger who also knew Shalelu. Remember the blonde elf who had been ranging around and came and talked to us? You remember that?
Yeah.
Okay. So then everyone went to the Rusty Dragon, and Shalelu gave everybody more detail about her, ranging around and more information about the 5 goblin tribes that you guys are trying to figure out how they all united to fight Sandpoint or attack Sandpoint. And it became clear, Davern came along, and it's become clear to the crew that those two have known each other in the past and might have some sort of personal connection.
Known each other biblically.
And after that, and then suddenly, Kaijitsu, Ameko's dad came stumbling into the Rusty Dragon drunk and was cursing everybody out and started ripping on the Heroes of Sandpoint. And then Ameko came from the back with a soup ladle and he cursed her in Mankayan and started yelling at her. And then he tried to attack her and she wanked him with a soup ladle.
Yeah.
And then he cursed her again and basically said, "You're dead to me." And then he ran out.
One thing that wasn't in there that DTD will be exceptionally interested in is in the process of negotiating with Zach Moss, Lord Foxglove not only agreed to pay a more than fair share for the horses that went missing, but also gave us a reward. And the total that we netted out was about 1,300 gold for the group.
You can thank me if you want.
What's that?
You can thank me if you want for getting that to happen.
Yeah. No,
thank you. Thank me for saving his buddy. And
well, and Lord Foxglove, in particular, extended an offer of hospitality if we're in Magnamar, but specifically did mention that DTD would be exceptionally welcomed in Magnamar.
Yeah, he's got the hots for you.
But yeah.
He's taking a time to you. He asked for you specifically.
And DTD, just so you know, Jilbar would have shared with everyone that Mayor Devrin was going to be coming to the feast tonight because she's exceptionally interested in getting to know the fine qualities of the Heroes of Sandpoint and getting a chance to personally meet each of us and spend some time with us. And that's literally what was about to happen when you joined.
So don't be crazy.
She wants to have sex with all of us.
Yeah. Yeah. What kind of gangbang are we in for, boy?
She's the game cock of this world.
So, as I was saying, you guys were just kind of sitting down and everyone's passing around drinks and Deverin's chit-chatting with everybody. The boar's about a half hour from being done. Renata, Gilbar's wife, has graciously just said, "Why don't you guys just have, relax, and then I'll let you know when the boar is done." Blah blah blah. And Glurk starts staring into the fire, and the rest of the voices go distant, and he's becoming reflective. And do you want to do this now, Timmy?
Yeah. You got the updated version?
Yeah, I got the one you just sent me.
All right. I guess you're the yellow and I'm the green.
Okay. And who's the non-yellow or green?
That'll be me. That's the narrator.
Okay.
I'll do that. All right.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. In the shadowed recesses of the Kodar Mountains, darkness envelops a cave, the only light coming from a flickering torch held by a midwife. The air is thick with tension as the cries of an attractive Shawanti woman, played by Shelby,
Oh.
Who?
is Yael Shelby. She's considered the most beautiful woman in the world, apparently.
No.
I gotta Google her.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
is in labor, and her labor is echoing through the cavern. Her legs quivering in pain as she opens her supple naked lower
Oh my
body.
God, she's fucking gorgeous.
Yes, to
Sorry.
the cold rocky cavern.
Big
Hold on,
eyebrows.
slave. The child is almost here.
Oh my God.
She screams one final mournful time, and the orcish midwife pulls a tiny little green baby from her bleeding womb. The Shawanti woman falls silent and breathes her final breath, her final act of sacrifice, giving freely for the life of her half-orc child.
Midwife 2 holding the baby. Drog, it's a boy. But is the woman dead?
The midwife presents the newborn to Drog, holding the babies by the legs and spanking his little green butt. The hulking orcish chieftain is the leader of the Gurul Benthai, or the Gut Spear clan. He stands utterly enraged, clutching firmly in his hands the sacred great axe of his clan called Gorbash.
Drog. Is it Drog or Drog?
I don't know. It's orcish. Drog.
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 All right, so Drog roaring. My most beautiful consort. This little runt took her from me. A life for a life.
Drog raises Gorbash, ready to strike the newborn down. But as he swings, a defiant squeal shatters the darkness. Wah! A boarding cry that triumphantly echoes through the cave.
Drog pausing mid-swing. What is this? Such tenacity. Such a will to live.
The baby looks at the orcish chieftain, his first sight, and cries again. Wah! Drog lowers his axe, a cruel smile spreading across his face. You do that one, I'm sorry.
Yeah. I shall name you Talguruk. You are a terrible wound delivered in place of a killing blow. For your life and her death has wounded my heart.
As the years pass, Glurk learns to walk quickly. He is known to lurk in shadows at bedtime, and he becomes known simply as Glurk. He hides at bedtime, haunted by an old orcish bedtime tale of the Happy Fellow, a sinister legend spun by the old crones to keep the spirited orclings in line.
Once upon a time, there was an elf who preyed upon orc children, going from cave to cave, devouring those who dared to smile in the sleep. Beware, little ones. Beware the happy fellow.
Terrified, Glurk spends his entire fourth year of life as dour and taciturn as a dwarf, never once showing his teeth in a smile. As Glurk continues to mature, he strives to prove his worth to his clan, especially to his father. His name, a vulgar slur, faded, and he became known as Glurk. Drog begins to favor Glurk, giving him special training and privileges.
This is Gorbash. He who wields it leads our clan. My father, the great Mugdur, trained me to use it. Now it's your time to prove yourself.
I will honor your Father, I will bring you honor. Glurk swings the great axe, slicing into the side of a butchered goat, but hits it awkwardly. He tries again and again and again to make a clean cleave.
Oh, oh, oh. Even the highest tree has an axe waiting at its foot.
Glurk raises in power within the clan and gains his father's trust. He is promoted to leading a small war band, the Zakvad Vorag. The vicious orcs and half-orcs raid many isolated settlements of the hinterlands, becoming infamous for their savage raids. Then came a day of honor for Glurk. On that fateful day, Drogue chose Glurk to bear the banner of the clan, chosen to join a raid on an elven outpost.
I have a bad feeling about this. Stay close to me, Talbot.
As they approached, the forest path narrowed. Father, I sense it too. It's a trap. The warband is ambushed. From the trees, elven archers let loose hundreds of arrows, pelting the warband with a rain of death. The banner is riddled with holes, but Glurk stands strong with his father. Several shadow assassins descend from the trees. Drogue was the target all along. Glurk uses the banner to impale one elf, but 3 others surround Drogue. They slice him quickly. Swinging Gorbash at their heads, they are too nimble. They duck and dodge adeptly. One elf jumps on Drogue's back and pulls an elven blade across his neck, decapitating the clan's chieftain from behind. Drogue's head falls at Glurk's feet, and his bleary eyes look at Glurk.
Dying, his decapitated head mouths very clearly,
Glurk, avenge me.
Glurk's fury boils over, and he drops the banner to retaliate against the ambushers. His will is broken, and he moves with savage ferocity. Retrieving his father's weapon, he cleaves 2 elves in one swing, their bodies falling to the ground in 4 pieces.
Sorry, Ben.
His grim act of revenge, intimidating the remaining elves to retreat. How dare you run, cowards! He stands defiantly as several more arrows hit him in the shoulder and thigh. The battle was over, but both forces had to retreat. The Gutspear clan warriors are both awed and repulsed by the unleashed savagery of the young Dromar. Glurk slung Gorbash on his back and picked up the clan's banner with respect, and they returned to the mountains. Despite leading the counter-ambush, Glurk is shunned by his own kin, who fear his intrinsic power that seethes within him. He is cast out of the Gutspear clan, a pariah among his people. Seeing that Glurk could never part with Gorbash, the clan elders, in their wisdom, gifted it to him as an inheritance for his act of bravery.
Talgurk, son of Drogue, you have fought with honor, and you have protected the clan banner in war. But your aberrant display of rage is a threat to the clan. You are banished. Take your father's weapon, but never return.
In the wilds of northern Varesia, Glurk forges a new path, driven by vengeance. He seeks his father's killer, his lust for revenge bringing him to Sandpoint, looking for answers and adventure. There is nowhere to hide, assassin. You will pay for what you have taken from me. I will not show you the mercy my father showed me at my birth. Your cowardice has forfeited your elven lives, and you will die. The scene fades to black. Glurk sets off on his quest for revenge, the weight of his father's legacy heavy on his shoulders.
Dun dun dun.
Scene.
Okay, I don't want to get too close to Glurk. Like, it seems like it's not meant to be. You and Glurk.
Glurk,
He's kind of a
Powerful
racist.
backstory, Glork. Nice work, Timmy.
This scene was
Very
called
nice.
"Born in Darkness, Born to Rage."
Wow.
And should actually be sung as a heavy metal song, really.
Yeah.
I retract my good work. That sucks.
Yeah. Isn't
Born
that
to rage.
isn't that a translation of Rammstein's fourth album?
Yes.
I think
All right,
that's
so
Rammstein.
got to know Glurk a little there.
Who's next?
So Jill Barr, well, first of all, do you want to go over anything, or do you want to keep it where we're at?
What do you mean?
Do you want to do your thing or no?
I think for the sake of time, I can do just my sort of a synopsis and maybe do the scene another day.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
So why don't we? So Glurk kind of reflects on that, and then Mayor Devrin says, he stands up and says, she kind of clinks her glass and says, she's already had a couple drinks. She says, "Thank you all for inviting me into your confidence, and Jill Barr and Renata, thank you for inviting me into your beautiful home. I wanted to take this occasion to come and pay my respect on behalf of all of the people of Sandpoint, great and small, for the incredible sacrifice and contribution you, the heroes of Sandpoint, have made to the defense of our city from the terrible goblin raid. And I hope that you will find Sandpoint, those of you who come from near and far, if not your new home, at least your second home." And with that, she says, "Let's raise a glass to the fallen."
You're here.
We raise a glass to the fallen.
Except for those lousy
And
goblins.
and at that, I would like each of you to maybe could we go around the table and everybody just introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit about where you come from and how we've all found ourselves at this moment together.
Mayor, I think that's a wonderful idea. I've fought side by side with each of you, and it's been my pleasure to meet and fight by your sides. But I would say I do not know enough about you, let alone the mayor has barely made your acquaintance. And since we are lucky enough to have you all here in our home, I will volunteer to go first. As you know, I was not born in Sandpoint. I am not originally from this land. I was born far away in Osiria, on the other side of the inner sea. And an unfortunate tragedy happened to my family as a result of political strife in the city when I was young. And sadly, as far as I know, I am one of the last two surviving members of my entire clan. Um, we were trying to support the current rulers, Prince Kemet III, and in his changes ending slavery in Osirian. But there were those, primarily slaver families, who obviously rebelled against that, and my family was caught up in that strife. And when I was 11, they struck and destroyed most of my family. I was extremely lucky. I was able to survive that day, and a merchant, actually a follower of Abadar, a very great man, Lord Gasperi Falto of West Crown in Cheliax. He was the only man brave enough to give myself and my cousin transport out of the city that day. He told me it would not be free. I would have to earn the payment for our travel, as Abadar demands. But he took me and my cousin, and he saved us both. I traveled with him for the better part of a year and a half. My cousin eventually she decided to stay in Absalom, but we traveled the inner sea together. Myself, sort of serving out my time with Gaspari, and eventually, suffice it to say, he became sort of a mentor, a father figure to me, and I paid off my debt to him and earned his trust. And a year or two later, we were visiting Magnemar and visiting a friend of his, Altan Hammerhand, who owns the Guardian Forge in the Grand Arch District there. And I, having paid off my debt and having always had an interest in creating things and building things and adding value to the world, decided that my time at sea had come to an end, and Hammerhand deigned to take me as an apprentice. So I learned the trade there and spent time with him for the better part of 6 years until I attained mastership as a craftsman. I forged my own initial arms and armor and left his service and became a traveling knight, a caravan guard for some time, a knight of coins in the Abaddon parlance. I did that for about a year and a half when I came upon a battle. And at this, Jobar looks over at Renata, and it was traveling in Varesia, and came upon a pitched battle. A caravan had been set upon by Nolish raiders, and we came upon this, and several of the guards that I was with decided to pitch in to try and help these fellow travelers. We thought we were going to be their saviors, but as it turned out, this young lady here ended up saving my life that day with her sword. And at this, you would notice that you would have noticed earlier, but Renata is actually armed now. She's got a scimitar at her side. She saved me, and we immediately found a connection with each other, for which I've been blessed however many times over. And I decided at that point, perhaps my days as a mercenary guard were over. And Renata and I traveled for some time, eventually journeying back to Magnemar. And I purchased an anvil and fine tools from my old master, Hammerhand. And we returned here to Sandpoint, which Renata was familiar with. And we have made our home here. You have met our children, Geron and Louisa and Alex. And I've been lucky to live here and call this place home for the last 9 years and to build our family here. And again, I welcome each of you to Sandpoint. I hope that it can possibly treat you with a small measure of the great wealth and security and the ability to form a great life that I have had. Whether you are permanently going to be here only for a short time, I would add to what the mayor said that we greatly appreciate your efforts. And I will turn it over to whoever wishes to speak next.
Here, 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 here.
Good to know you better.
Who's next?
I need to get further in my cups. I'll be right back. Someone else go.
Don't make me call on you. Dojo.
I was born into minor nobility in the vast hobgoblin empire of Kaoling, far to the east of Avestan, on the continent of Tangier. My father, Gojo, was a captain and fief holder in service to the Council of Nine, the warlord rulers of Kaoling. After Kojo was accused of a crime he did not commit, he was executed, and I and the remaining members of my father's household were sold into slavery.
Oh.
After changing hands several times, I eventually found myself working in the camp of a lowly merchant clan in the dusty east near Ziha. After surviving a particularly brutal beating at the hands of my master, I fled into the mysterious wilds of Ziha. Wandering for weeks, Only my grim tenacity, keeping me on my feet. I took to begging and petty thievery to survive. After I attempted to steal a chicken from a quiet courtyard in a remote mountainous village, I was taken in by the chicken's owner, a kindly Samsaran monk named Le Gong. Le Gong would teach me in the quiet arts of the aesthetic. Yet Le Gong saw my goblin nature was a bit of a double-edged sword. I seemed to be at conflict with my own ki. Months became years, and under Le Gong's patient tutelage, I began to emerge as a promising novice. One stormy night, I awoke to the sound of thunder. Unsettled, I left my cloister in search of my master. I found Le Gong's calligraphy implements scattered about his humble quarters. Among the spilled ink, I noticed the blue blood of Samsaran pooled as well. There were discernibly 3 sets of footprints to be found spread chaotically throughout our well-maintained grounds. They seemed to be heading out of the courtyard towards the east. I pursued into the night, looking for any trace of my beloved master. The trail still headed due east, eventually going cold. Resolved to find my master and armed with Le Gong's key principles, I journeyed east out to Tangier and ultimately across the globe all the way to Varisia, to the sleepy village or town of Sandpoint. And here you find me today.
Wow. Damn. Excellent work. A lot of tragedy in our characters' backstories.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Dojo's
All right,
optimistic. He's still looking.
Yeah, everyone's still looking. Well, yeah, he's still looking. Who's next? The fire crackling. Everybody casts their eyes down after Dojo's sad tale. Eyes turn to Dontarius Terrius.
Listen up. I don't know what this is. But I can tell you 3 things about Dontarius Davis. I don't give away my secrets for free. You don't need to know what the fuck I was doing before this or what I'll do after it. And I like getting from you. Now, when that Chinaman was telling that story about stealing that chicken, goddamn, I can relate. I can relate to that. But all I can tell you fine people of this town is that general storekeeper, he fucked me up. He fucked me up good. He nearly killed me, him and his whore-ass daughter. And when I saw restitution for that, the sheriff told me to go fuck myself. Now, you tell me if that's fair or not. Can anybody answer me that? Is that fair? Does that sound fair to you?
No.
That's not fair.
So at that, Mayor Deverin's kind of looking down into her glass.
That's okay. That's fine with Dontarius Davis. Because I know I'm here to do one thing, and that's to kill goblins. And I can do it for you. But the rest of it, it's all bullshit. He sits down.
So at that, Mayor Deverin, there's like this tense silence filling the air as Jill Bard glances at Deverin. Deverin's looking down at her glass. She pauses for a minute, and she stands up. She looks around. She casts her eyes on DTD, and then she says, "What he said," and she drinks.
Totally.
Goddamn right. And John Terrius takes a big gulp.
All right. So we got DTD, Dojo, Jill Bard, Glurk. We need Ziggy and Finn.
Rito, you want to roll for it?
Sure. On the board?
Yeah, of course. What
Die
else?
20? Or die
Die
100?
20. Die 20.
High,
Yeah.
high goes first?
High goes sure. High goes first.
Okay. 12.
Because I always roll low, so I'm sure I'll roll high here.
I go first.
Yeah.
All right. So, Findabear is certainly uncomfortable, and he, kind of towers above everybody and looks at his hands and listens to everyone's story, and he seems trepidatious, worried, and he says, I've never.
Does he have his glasses on?
Yes, he's got his glasses on as usual, and his veil up over his face. But he says, "I have no experience with this, but my name is Findabear, and in my people's tongue that means white phantom, and my parents were scared of me from a very young age. They practice the elven art of shibari, or kinbaku, which is an art of ropes and knots. And I am bound at night and placed in a box under their bed. And during the day, I am let out with my father, who is a fisherman, and he fishes the seas, and I gut the fish that come in so they are ready for market. When I am done with that, I return to my box. My name is Findabear, but in the harbor there is a white grouper that the children all catch and have caught for many years. It is able to bite on anything, and it will grab their hooks and they will reel it in and they will say, "Look at the ugly fish," and then they will put it back in. They call that fish Fin Gulper, and they call me Finn because they want to tell me I am ugly but not get scolded from my parents. But 2 days ago, I cut the knots which bind me to my work table, and I wandered away. And though I have spent close to 6 decades, I think now, in this place and have never left its walls, I don't want to go home again. That
Aw.
is my story.
Findabear.
Damn. Jesus.
It's okay. You have new friends now.
That's a fucked up story, young man.
I'll drink to that.
I'll never
At
call you
that-
Finn again.
At that, I put my hand on Finn's shoulder and says, "Finn, my heart goes out to you. I've been stared at and shunned and shamed my whole life by many people, but at least I always knew a parent's love. What kind of monsters do that to their children?" And at that, my story
This is
started.
Ray and Carol right down here. And
Yeah.
Right, Carol, I expected more of you. My story started 19 years. My name is Ziggy Daniel Fittich, and my story started 19 years ago. When my mother, a young Rosian, on a dark, stormy night, came upon a demon and was laid was laid down by him and was left with nothing but child and terrible memory. But my mother was strong like her people, and she was able to pull herself up, where she was found by the camp of the Mathun army as they were traveling past, and they took her in, they healed her, the healers healed her, and she started following the camp as first a cook, but it soon became noticed that she was pregnant with child, and then when I was born, her fortune changed. People saw me as a monster and a demon, and they no one wanted to be with her for anything more than the camp whore or trollop. So she followed the army, and I with them. As she found her way every way she can. As I grew up alone, but knowing no love except for that of my mother's. Sorry, time for another drink. Just a second.
Oh no.
No.
Oh yeah.
As I grew, everyone who followed the camp needed to earn their worth, and some of my more unique demonic tendencies gave me special abilities. I was able to see in the dark, and I seemed to have a natural aptitude for digging. Plus, my demonic looks. They at a young age, around 8, I started following after the army, burying the dead, claiming the dead, putting them together, and burying them for the army. And part of the actions that have to happen on an army as they travel. This was my classroom. This is where I learned what I learned. I found secrets, and when you bury them, you can uncover them. Through this, I learned the art of alchemy and science and magic and other things, and I also learned the price of the dead, the fact that sometimes they raise, and at this point you need to be wary and put them down. And this was my classroom. This is how I learned, and I would probably be doing it still except for my mother, ravaged by the diseases that her profession brings about, died recently, having no one left in the camp.
Gonorrhea.
And this might seem crazy to those who do not deal with the dead as much as I do. I chopped off her skull, boiled it down, and I now carry it in a sack to bring back to her ancestral homeland of Magnamar. That's about it. So I have my mom's head in a sack and that thing.
Oh, jeez.
Wish I had done that.
So at that, everybody kind of looks around awkwardly,
Yeah,
and
I'm about to leave this group.
I want
And
my
Mayor
gonorrhea back.
Mayor Devrin stands up, and she is now clearly tipsy, and she says, to a mother's love and a mother's skull.
And I'll drink to that.
Here.
Well, I suppose it's my turn. Just because I'm mayor doesn't mean I'm exempt from telling my own backstory. Mine is a tale of irony. I come from privilege. You all know that. I am from one of the 4 founding families of Magnamar. In fact, one might say we are the most prosperous of all 4. How does one gauge prosperity, though? Is it in wealth? Or is it in happiness? Or is it in safety? Or is it in peace of mind? I oftentimes muse about that. So, my grandfather, Amos Devrin, was one of the founding fathers of this city, and indeed its first Lord Mayor. And in time, His son, my father, served as the second Lord Mayor. Both Deverins perished in unfortunate and, might I say, freakish accidents. My grandfather was trampled by a runaway horse on Festival Street just over there. And she motions across the street as she spills her glass of wine.
Nice.
And Finchus, my father, was killed by a snake bite of all things while on a boar hunt in the very tickwood that you just fought in. Yes, you may have encountered and defeated a minotaur, but my father was bested by a snake. And I, for my part, was encouraged to go into politics by my childhood best friend, Cass Beverton. I didn't want to, but he said it was a legacy thing, and it was something that my father and grandfather would have wished for me. Casp and I grew up side by side from when I can remember. He was my first love, my first kiss, my first friend. Naturally, he was more than just a friend. He was a brother, a sister, a lover. He was everything to me. And at his behest, I ran for mayor against none other than Titus Scarnetti. And though I don't want to toot my own horn, I beat him soundly. In fact, some said it was a landslide. And then shortly thereafter, my beloved Casp was slain by that plague that came into our happy little town, the Chopper, the serial killer who ruined my life. And though I will never get over it, I mourned for him. I slashed my wrists for him. One sober morning, I realized I must move on, and that my new bride, I am a bride now not to Casp, but to the city of Sandpoint, to which I owe all allegiance and all life. And that is what has brought me here tonight, fair ladies and gentlemen. And she takes a deep draught of her wine and says, "Could I have another?"
Of course, Mayor. I think we all could use another drink or two. And all of you would notice that whereas when we've been out and about, Joe Barr has one, maybe two drinks, he's been drinking fairly regularly at home. And at this, he stands up and says, uh, I don't know. I hope all of you will be staying in town for a while. The sheriff has asked me to try and lead efforts in this stay, and I've communicated with the mayor that I certainly feel as if I'm going to be able to do that. I will need great strength around me, and all of you have shown that. As a gesture of my gratitude, and this is a very small gesture, but it's meaningful where I come from in Assyrian. Assyria is a desert country. Water is extremely scarce. And there's nothing that you can do for another person that is more meaningful than carrying their water. That is something, although it is not a life-saving device here, it is an honor that I would bestow upon each of you. And at this, Renata has been bringing out 5 separate, literally just leather water flasks that are filled. And each of them has your names sort of in thread embossed in them. And she starts handing them out, and Jilbar says, "These are for you. If you do not wish to stay with us and continue to protect the town, I understand. You have this with my thanks. If you do wish to stay with us, I will be happy to literally carry these on my person or on a horse if we are a horse, with us for all of our travels. And I swear to each of you Should you choose to continue to defend Sandpoint, I will defend each of you with my life as you have defended me with yours. That is all I have to say, other than to once again thank you and for what you have already done. Thank you for opening yourselves up, and for any of you who wish to stay here in our home, each of you is welcome. And he'll look pointedly at Findabar with that. But that is true for any of you. We have the space here. We have been blessed. You are welcome to stay here. Of course, you can also stay at the Dragon. But our home is always open to each of you.
Findabar stands up and says, I have one last terrible story for you all. Linda Lavin has died.
Oh no!
Yeah.
For
87.
real?
Yeah, for real.
God damn it, Rito! Way to
Damn it,
bring the
Rito.
party down.
Yeah.
Who died? Wait, I don't know if I know.
Linda
Linda
Lavin.
Lavin.
Who's
Alice.
Linda Lavin? I don't know.
Alice.
That's bullshit. That's
Oh,
some
Alice.
real
Oh,
cold
that is
bullshit.
bad.
That's
That is
older than anything my parents could have done.
Yeah,
Phil.
kiss my grits, man.
Her and
I
Carter.
realize that's
Dang.
so.
So you all kind of reflect on each other, and then Mayor Deverin stands and says, I think we've had enough sorrowful stories for one night. Let us eat board
That's
and
like
be
that Linda
merry.
Lavin shit. Holy
Yeah.
goddamn.
Findabar told you he was not good with this kind of thing. I don't
So
understand your social custom.
at that, Renata and her children and whomever else is helping start serving up huge trenchers of boar, and Jilbar has not been scanty in his plate. He's offering cheeses and fruits and
No
it's
fucking olives.
and breads,
Yeah.
fresh
I
bread.
go all the way
fresh
back
bread.
to the mayor's
Fresh
home to get
olives.
those fucking olives. Yeah.
Cheese is
And,
yes. Sausage is yes. No fucking olives.
Damn it.
And it seems like
all day.
Mayor Deverin's getting really saucy as she's eating and drinking.
Well, she's kind of told us she used to be a drunk.
Did Foxglove
And
take all the olives? Is that why we can't find any, or is what's going on here?
where are all the olives in this town?
We can all live together.
And then at that,
How am I supposed to have a dirty martini?
and then at that, all of a sudden, a town guard comes bursting in and says, and runs up to Mayor Deverin and whispers something. And she looks at Jilbar and says, Jilbar, we have a problem. And just then, sorry, I gotta get to this screen.
We were supposed to be patrolling the streets. Oops.
Yes, exactly. That is well put. And then just at that moment,
A Kraken attacks.
a dragon, you hear.
Whoosh.
Ooh, ooh. No, what you do here is one of the town's guards runs up and says, and then Deverin looks at you, Jilbar, and comes up and says,
Yeah.
and she says, and then she stands up and says, I know this is the worst time, but I need the Heroes of Sandpoint one more time. And Melee Barrett has just approached and said, there is a crisis at her home. Her child is dead.
No.
A dead
And there's
child.
there's a goblin loose in her house. Who will save her?
The Heroes of Sandpoint.
Mm-hmm.
Let's
Got
get some of this
goblins to kill.
fucking boar for.
And at that, I released Dojo if he needs to go to bed. But for those of you who want to do late night sesh, we're gonna move on to the next.
I got no work tomorrow. I'm in.
Yeah. So those.
Yeah.
So this is. We'll call this We'll call this Sandpoint After Hours.
All right, sounds good.
Who's
Have a
Good
Merry
night,
New Year,
Bruno.
guys.
Yeah.
Go
Night,
New Year's Eve
Dojo.
night.
I
again.
can guarantee
Happy
you will
New
not die
Year.
tonight. That's the good news.
Perfect.
but you may get some fabulous loot.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
great.
Night, brah.
Yeah.
All right. So as Dojo,
Can
as
we
that is
meet?
announced, Dojo doubles over in pain from too much hot water, and Renata leads him to one of the beds.
Ruining the
What do you
very
guys do?
pants he was about to return.
Yeah. So as Pete would have, it's
It's a great story.
It was. Peterman should have bought that shit. Yeah.
your guard is none other than what's his toots? Who are my two schleps who you met the first night?
Is it Decker or Kington?
Decker and Kingdon. Yeah, so this is
Decker.
Decker. This is Decker. Decker comes in. Hey, whoa! I want to. And so this is what the whispering was. He comes up with hot breath and comes to Mayor Dever and says, "Boy, I don't want to, interrupt anything, but Amelia Barrett has apparently said that there's a goblin in her house who's eaten her husband. What do we do?" And then she whispers that to Jilbar. Jilbar, what do you do?
Well, did she make the proclamation about needing the Heroes of Sandpoint and that whole thing?
She did scream and say, according to Decker, he said, she did ask for the Heroes of Sandpoint, and he said that to everybody.
Gentlemen, it seems a task awaits those of us who care to join.
No rest for the wicked. And then Mayor Deverin stands up clearly in her cups and she says, I must ask you all to do duty once more for Sandpoint. Let me deputize all of you right here. You're all deputies of Sandpoint. Amen.
Let's put her in charge.
She already is.
Yeah.
And then she says, Renata, could I get a little bit more of this wonderful drink you're serving tonight?
And I'll kind of, motion to Renata, like, yeah, just give her a little bit, like, not that much.
Well, no, and then at that, Renata says, "Oh, you and I haven't had any girl time." And Renata pours herself a huge glass of wine, and they both go sit.
Ladies, enjoy. Decker, perhaps.
And Renata winks at you, Jilbar.
Perfect. Decker, perhaps you can stay to make sure that with everything going on, when the mayor does head home, if she heads home, you can get her there safely?
So you want me to stay here and guard the ladies drinking instead of going into certain combat against a bloodthirsty goblin?
Yes, it seems we're the lucky ones who get to do that. I know we're the bear.
Oh, well, yeah, fair enough. Always here to do my duty for king and country as it were.
Perfect. Gentlemen, shall we?
Let's go.
Let's go slash some goblin.
Let's burn the house down.
All right, so you guys
Agreed.
go, and you head over to Amelie Barrett's house, which Jilbar knows where she lives.
Where's that on the map?
And that is a good question, which I am going to answer in a moment. You'll permit me. I just need to investigate where the fuck it is. Give me 1 second here.
I'm gonna say, bless you.
Bless.
It's right next
Bless
door
you.
to the arms.
Yeah, got it right here. Okay, so
It's my neighbor. The parrots live right here.
Right. Wait, is she that great big fat person?
So you all know
Covet what we see every day.
Okay,
Can't
here we
move
go.
my token.
So,
Normal.
Jilbaris, you guys are running over there. You kind of try to fill in the gang. You say Algarist and Amali Barrett are a typical Sandpoint family. They have two little children, little Aaron Barrett and baby Vera, and a loyal family dog named Petal, which I've always been partial to.
Yeah.
But dogs
They
in
were
this
present.
adventure.
They were present at the Swallowtail Festival, where Aaron saw a goblin light a cat on fire and caper around the burning remains. The poor boy really hasn't been the same ever since. Every night, his howls of terror send Petal into a barking fit, and when his parents investigate, Aaron claims a goblin came out of his closet. Allergast, fairly enough, checked the closet dutifully but found nothing. And ever since, the kid's complaints about the closet goblin have grown more and more tiresome to his parents. Yesterday, Allergast threatened to make Aaron sleep in the woodshed if he couldn't learn to be a man and sleep through the entire night without crying and telling stories. And at
Son of
that,
a bitch.
Poor little bastard.
Amali Barrett runs out and says, "Oh, Gilbar, please help us, help us!" And she's crying. And what do you do?
So where are we at on the map?
You are. Sorry, let's see. Back to the map here. One moment, processing. So their house, I'm gonna ping it, is right here. You see it?
Yep.
So you're gonna run that way. And she comes out and she starts grabbing onto you, Jilbar, and pulling you down and saying, and she's just sobbing. She's gone fucking crazy. She's beside herself. But you need more information. What do you do?
Amelie, Decker found the mayor and ourselves, and she sent us to try and help. Your husband he's been injured? What's happened?
What do you do?
Did
She's
you hear
just
me?
fucking sobbing. She's sobbing. What are you gonna do?
Does she respond to his questions?
Yeah.
No, she's just fucking beside herself. Somebody's got to slap her.
I'll do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Work.
Yeah.
The whole pretext of this game is about slapping a woman.
Take
I
control
want
of yourself.
It is
What's going on here?
Smacking women around. Yeah.
I need some fucking violence. Do it.
All right, so everybody gets in a line and just.
Yeah.
Yeah, like in. Was that
Get the
Naked Gun or
hold of
what was
yourself.
that airplane? No, it was Airplane. Remember Airplane?
Yeah.
So it's kind of like that. And she's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. And she says,
I speak jive.
Your blood.
so she's actually clutching baby Vera to her chest with one hand and freaking out with the other. And she goes on to say that last night Allergast didn't go to soothe Aaron when he had his night terrors. Oh, actually, I should note, baby Vera's at her chest and Aaron's like following along. But then a few moments later, they heard poor doggy Petal cry out in pain, and Aaron's screams turned shrill. This time, Aaron wasn't just having nightmares. Amelie pauses, takes a breath, and then shows the PCs. Oh, sorry, I'm getting a little meta here. And then she shows you guys Aaron's arms. They're covered in fresh bites. And then she says, "Let's burst into the room. He found a goblin crouched on his son's chest. Petal was dead. Petal was fucking dead." And she starts shaking Finn. Petal was fucking dead.
I don't know why people in this town keep killing dogs. I'm as tortured as you.
Yeah.
And she keeps
Amelie.
shaking you, Finn.
Mm.
Oh,
So-
dead.
Horton, if we're right here, right? I'm going to say, Amelie, I need you to take Vera and Aaron and go to City Hall. You can see it from here. Take your children, go there. We'll go in and investigate and find out what's going on in your
but
house.
I need to tell you one more thing.
Please.
There was a knife in Pedal's ear, and he was trying to chew off my baby Aaron's arm.
Mm.
Allergast attacked the goblin and chased it back into the closet, where it clambered into a hole.
Ah.
Allergast flew into a rage, and he started tearing apart the closet to try to get to the goblin. And then I ran. I don't know what happened then. I'm so scared. Please help me, Gilbar.
That's what we're here to do. Go to City Hall with your children. We'll see what is happening and try and save Allergast if needed. Go now.
Okay. And then she runs out.
All right. So let's go in the house.
That should be cool.
Single.
So I'm going to show you this fun little
Oh.
little Rito.
Rito.
I mean,
Which one?
three Ritos, really. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Sorry, I got a
Three
little.
Ritos and a baby.
Yeah, absolutely.
I got a little excited there. So you guys
Nice.
go, and there's a door ajar. Her front door is ajar. It's clear she ran out in a panic. What do you do?
Well, let's
I would
see
have
if we
goblin
can.
in this house.
Yeah, sensing the darkness around me and somehow feeling as if I can penetrate that darkness, aggressively thrusting into the night.
Yeah.
I'm going to cast a light
Ah.
on my heavy
yeah.
steel shield
Mhm.
and bear the shield before me, shining light into the house and enter in.
For those of
Okay,
you
so you're in the van. Why don't you guys give me a Scooby stack up?
I can't move my icon for some reason.
Yeah, I can't either.
Yeah, I can't.
that's because they were like all stats. Let me give you power here.
But are
I
we
don't-
staying
I-
on this
I
map
gotta-
or are we going to a different map?
True.
I was like,
Well, I don't have a house map, so this is theater of the mind. So you actually, fuck it. We don't even need to do it. Just
Right.
give me your
Fair
MO.
Clark, do you want to
Your
go
MO, we'll
second
go
or do you
old
want
school, and I'll write it down. So we got Jill Bar.
Jill Bar,
Jill.
Clark.
Yep.
I'll bring up the
This is just
rear.
yeah.
Probably
Jill Bar, Glurk.
DTD or Finn, and then
I put DTD because he's ranged. I mean, you
Yeah.
might want to technically put DTD.
I'll go behind Clark. Or
yeah.
Okay. Yep, got it.
third.
I'll go behind DTD.
And then Finn. And
Yep.
then who's bringing the rear with the gear?
Zig.
That'll be Zig.
Okay. So you guys kind of get in. You guys you haven't been together long, but you've all been seasoned warriors, and in a situation like this that you need to kind of fall in. And Jilbar kind of signals to all of you quietly with his hands, and you all kind of fall into a MO. And you have a door ajar, and Jilbar's shield is emanating light, but inside the house it's all dark. What do you do?
I'm gonna, as we're going in, I'm gonna chug a haste potion.
Okay, you can do that. And we're
I'm gonna
not.
chug
Yep.
actually, you know what I'm gonna do? As DTD is standing there, and you notice that he's got a few, stuff on him. What you've seen underneath the woman's kimono that he wears. And he goes, "Hey, check it out, guys! I got some recent back work done." And he peels back his kimono to reveal this decently sized, back tat of a scorpion. And you see that
What?
it eventually you hear this, and and the tattoo kind of comes to life, and it's just made of his flesh, and it's just this fleshy scorpion-looking thing, but it's not a scorpion. It's just a lumps of DTD's flesh that
Yeah.
pulled off of his back, and you see it kind of peels itself off of his back and skitters into the house.
Sweet.
What the fuck is
Love
that?
it. That sounds like a tumor familiar to me.
Close to me too. Yep.
Yeah.
Not a tumor.
All right, so you got that cooking. So, does this thing have a name?
Oh yeah. As this thing kind of peels itself off, you hear DTD whispering, "Yeah, go in there, Jared. Go in there. Get your ass in there, Jared."
Like a Jared.
Mm-hmm. He went to Jared. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's gonna be his Schwarzenegger line if Jared does some good work. He went to Jared.
Nice.
Oh no! I'm gonna kill you.
I am so happy you got paid for that marketing tie-in because
Yeah.
that's very
Well,
DTD.
it's all promotion now. DT. Yeah,
Sure.
DTD's just ahead of the game.
Yeah.
All right, so
I took
Jared
monthly payments and shit. Oh,
Is it a stipend? What the fuck's a stipend?
All right, so Jared the Scorpion is now in the van. And let me just check something because I actually have Jared's stat sheet. Damn. All right. Okay. Got some. Oh my God. Jared's got a really good stealth. Can you communicate with Jared when he's not on your person?
yeah, so I have an empathic link with him. I can't see what he sees, but when he sees something he has, and he has 60-foot dark vision, so he doesn't need any light source or anything. And he's just, I'm instructing him to just run in there.
Oh my God, this is fucking perfect. Does he now? To what extent can you control him, or like he walks in and he sees a door? Like, did you see that? Is it like a drone or?
No. It's more of just like if he sees something, I would know that because.
But can you tell him to do?
He's having a reaction to it. I can give him instructions to a certain degree. I can't make him like commit suicide or anything, but I can.
No, I don't mean that. But like, if he goes in and he senses movement to the left, can you tell him to go left?
I can. Yeah, I mean, I could tell him to follow whatever. Yeah.
But then if he finds something,
look
can
for
he
something
tell
in
you
there.
it?
In so much.
Give you basic emotions, or like Mira could.
Okay.
You can.
I get it.
You get an
You're
impression.
sending feelings of like, oh, I saw something that frightened me, or I'm excited by it.
Okay, got it.
Exactly.
Not super.
Okay,
specific.
so that being said, Jared goes ahead. Jared finds. Jared hears movement, so he goes down a hall, and to the left there's a door, and he hears movement or some sort of noise in there, and he heads that way.
I find it hard to believe I'm saying this, but I will follow Jared.
So you guys follow
I say we
Jared.
just let him handle it. 'Cause
Yeah.
this looks to be out of our league. I'm not gonna lie to you.
So, fucking, I can't believe this. All right, so
Hey Horton,
Okay,
as we follow. Hey Horton,
Yeah.
stupid question, but how many days have we been in town? Just out of
2.
curiosity. 2.
2.
Mhm.
As we are walking in, I also take a big chug off a wine flask I have as well.
Okay.
We can talk about that later, but that's that spell I want to talk to you about. But
Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, I'll try whatever you decide. I'll trust you for now. All right, so okay, so
Off to the left.
So he goes to the left, and all of a sudden you feel an emotion of he seems to be finding some sort of corporeal creature.
Something in there.
Let's go get
He
it.
seems like, yeah, he's like freaking out.
And it's not many, it's just one, or can he give me
He
that?
well, he doesn't know. He found something that is a body of some sort.
Let's go check it out.
Let's go.
So Jilbar, you go in behind him, and DTD, how are you communicating this to Jilbar?
I'm just, kind of whispering in his ear,
Well, but Glurk's in between you and him, and Glurk's pretty big.
Well, I'll play a little telephone with Glurk. Hopefully he'll purple monkey dishwasher.
What do you tell Glurk?
Hey,
I want to hear it.
Jared found something down the hall to the left.
What does Glurk say to Jilbar?
Jared went left.
Jilbar, what do you do?
Sounds like something's up to the left. I'll follow Jared. I'll have my shield up, and I'll be sort of moving forward in a defensive posture.
Okay, so when you go left, you kind of first peer in, and your light kind of flickers into the room, and you see, first thing you see is a bed on the, so if you take a left into the room, you see a bed on like the left-hand wall facing you, where like the head of the bed would be to the opposite wall, and then the foot of the bed would be to your left. And you see like little soldiers on a table, and you kind of assume this is the boys' room.
Right.
And and then you gaze across the room, and you see on the ground, you see a man on his belly with half of his body in the closet. What do you do?
Does that look like Allagash or whatever his name is?
Well, it's a grown man, so you'll have to surmise that on your
own. The father, he's in here. I'll move in.
Okay.
Defensively, but I'll move towards him.
Okay, so you come up on him, and Allergast's body is halfway into the closet, and as you investigate further, you see the front half of his head and one of his arms is under a crawl space, like inside the bottom, the floor.
Does he appear to be moving at all, or is he limp, or?
He's limp.
Okay.
I'm gonna check his lucidity.
Much like Finn on any given night.
Yeah.
Hey,
Right
Horton, if everyone's in the room, I don't know if they are. I'm kind of standing at the door because I have dark vision.
Yeah, Jilbar's big. This is a small boys' room, so Jilbar's big. He's in the room. Glork is huge, so he's right behind him. You're way at the back. You're really just at the you're at the lintel of the front door.
I'm looking back though behind us with dark vision, just so you know.
Okay. Yep. Fair enough.
And I'll look to the right. Yep.
Yep.
Glurk.
You don't see anything.
Allagast appears injured. Give me a hand. And
yep,
I'll help. I'll try and gently pull him out, keeping an eye on the closet while we're doing that.
Can I tell before
you're going to try to pull Allergast out? Is that clear? Is that what I'm hearing?
Before they get there, can I take a look with my glasses and just see if he's alive, dead, or somewhere in between?
Well, the problem with that is, imagine like coming into a house in Brooklyn Center, not very big, and like you're in the front, and to the sharp left, like 6 feet into the doorway, is a bedroom, and Jill Bar's in there, Glurk's in the doorway, then there's DTD, and then you. See what I'm saying?
Let me
Don't forget Jared.
right.
Yeah, well, Jared's in the front. He's in the way front.
Let me
He's in the van. He's probably on this dead this body's ass.
I'll just say it ahead. If you want me to look at him before you get approach, I can tell whether he's alive or dead.
Get in here.
You're a man after my own heart.
Jill Bar, with your military sense and all that, you sense you don't need to do that.
Okay.
Perfect.
You're pretty sure this thing's dead.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just to clarify, Jared he's not he is an intelligent creature. He's not.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that.
Yeah, he has an intelligence, and eventually,
so does that mean he's
be
not on the body's ass, or yet?
Well, he could be, but he would be able to tell, like, as well, like something is dead, something's alive. He's not like an animal
mindless.
In the sense of he's not mindless.
I get it. Well, so he's not
scorpion tumor.
Okay, so he's not sure whether he's dead or alive, but he knows he's limp. Jill Bar, what are you going to do?
Well, how many people can we fit in the room?
You can fit you and Glurk.
Pretty much what.
Well, now let me check that. If Glurk were to go to the so you take a left. If he were to go into take another hard left to go to the corner, the foot of the bed, and then theater of the mind 3 feet further, he could be in that little alcove, which would allow DTD to get in. Yeah. But no more than 3 of you, realistically.
Okay. Unfortunately, it seems he is met a foul end. There's something to do with the closet. He's been pulled halfway in. Glurk, maybe someone else can come in and take a look. I'm honestly, I'm not sure what's happening here.
So you have a choice here. Glurk can either take the right hand foot, and you two could each pull like a wishbone pulling out, or you could tell Glurk to go in the corner, in which case DTD could come in and help you. But it's one or the other.
Well, let's stick with the original plan. Let's pull him out and see what we see.
Yeah, let's take a foot.
Who's doing it?
You take a foot?
No.
Can we use
I'll take a foot.
Who's doing it, and how are you doing it?
Glurk and I are pulling him out. We're pulling on his legs.
I'm grabbing on his right leg.
So you've got the right leg, and Jill Bar has the left.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm gonna split him like a wishbone.
Well, we're not pulling him apart. We're pulling him out.
I get it. Okay. So you pull him out. And it's not too hard for you. You're both very strong. You pull them out and you flip them around, and you see something. Give me a fortitude save, both of you.
Oh, no.
I like it.
Ace.
Tell me what you get.
I got a 13.
That is a 24.
Okay, Jill Bar, you're fine. 13 for who is that? Let's see. 13 for Glurk. Glurk, you see something, and you just, you guys have started adventuring. Shit's going pretty well. You've had a few adventures. You've seen your fair share of stuff, but this is something you weren't expecting, and you've been drinking, and you haven't eaten because we were about to sit down to eat, and you see and you smell this terrible smell, and you see this human whose face has been eaten off, and the upper torso, his chest, his armpits have been eaten away, and there's a reek that's coming out, and you throw up.
Pussy.
And
I think that boar was bad.
An instant later, you hear a shriek, and roll for initiative.
Yeah.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
That'd be a 4 modified for Jill Bar.
I got
Oh my god.
I got an 18.
Okay, Jilbar, Glork, you have the nauseated condition.
Uh-oh.
As you're just fucking feel ill and you're spinning, your head's spinning.
I really throw up a lot in this game. It's weird.
You do.
Yeah,
Yep.
gotta work on that. I'm gonna let everyone else roll initiative.
Okay. Nice. 26.
Nice. Finn's got a 26.
Jesus, Reno.
Okay.
I know, right? And it gets
I
better
have-
every time I level up, which is just ridiculous.
because of my heightened awareness, I have a 19.
19?
Yep.
Okay. And DTD. DTD?
16.
16 and 19. Okay, so Finn, you hear this scream. You see, you don't even see. You just hear Glork, who you recognize. Glork, it's hard not to. You hear him retching. What do you do?
There's really no room for me to get in the room, right? It's basically full up as it is now.
I mean, the only way would be if DTD, who's not huge, kind of slammed against the door, like the lintel. You know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
and then you could peek your head through.
I don't think I bring enough to worry about this right now. Let's see what happens. I will actually take a step back towards the front door and say, if more of them spring up out of the hole, we should lure them back out this front door and fight them in the street.
Okay, got it.
That will be my plan, and I'll head
All right.
for the entrance.
All right, Ziggy, you're next.
What is it? Is it a hold action or I'm trying to remember? Basically,
so you can do ready to action or you can hold.
Ready. I'm going to ready in action. If anything comes in the hallway, I have my set ready, and I'm going to slice them.
There you
Got it. Glork, you are throwing up in the corner. You're of the nauseated condition. You see this, and you hear a shriek coming from the hole. What do you do?
I'm gonna just kind of push people out of the way and go outside and start throwing up more.
Okay, fair enough. That's probably fair. So Glurk kind of rumbles out, which leaves Jilbar alone, but that also means DTD, you can now get in the room.
Well, Jared's
and you are next.
Yeah, what's Jared's?
So Jared is he senses there's some living creature under the floorboards that's just shrieked, and now he sees movement coming up, but he's not sure what it is.
All right, well.
What do you do?
I'm going to recall Jared. Come to me, Jared.
Okay. So Jared skitters back to you, and is that considered a move action? Is that a free action? What is it?
I mean, it'd be his move action.
Okay, but what is it to you? Is it like a free action to tell your?
Yeah, I mean it's an empathic link, so I don't think it's.
Okay, so we'll treat it as a free action for now, but
yeah.
Why don't you research that? But for now, let's call it that. So, what do you do?
I'm gonna ready in action, and I'm gonna kind of back towards the door.
Well, hold on. Now, Glurk ran out. So now Jilbar is alone in that room, and you could go in that room. You're the next up.
Right, but Glurk, I mean, so the way I understand the dynamics of this room is Glurk, if he ran out of the room, he ran over me because I was standing right behind him.
No, he knocks. So imagine this. So the room the door was to the left, right? You walked in, you go to the left, there's a door, right? And then if you imagine from the person coming out of the room to the left, there's more of a hallway. So he just kind of knocked you to the left as he ran out to the right.
Who ran out? Sorry, I left for a second.
Glurk.
Oh, that's fine. I
So
don't
you
say
could still go in the room with your move action if you choose to.
Yeah, but there's no reason for me to. I mean,
So you're gonna leave Jilbar alone against whatever this is.
No, I'm standing in the doorway, right? I mean, I can see. I'm not a melee guy. I'm not gonna go in there and
Okay.
start stabbing
Okay.
with my little dagger. I'm gonna ready in action, which
Okay.
I'm gonna pop a fuse and then wait for whatever's coming out of that hole.
Okay, got it. All right. And the next thing that happens is out of nowhere you see a goblin arm come out, and incredibly quickly you see a goblin jump up Jailbar, and you recognize it as a goblin commando. So one of the stouter goblins.
Yeah.
And you are going to get an attack of opportunity as it did not catch you flat-footed and it's still trying to clamber up even though it's dexterous.
Okay, technically I am flat-footed.
Well, no, you can't because you're holding his. No, that's right.
he
You are
hasn't gone yet,
flat-footed.
so he is flat-footed.
Yeah, and you're holding his leg. So we'll
But
say
can
it
I
this way:
fire off now that I can see this thing, or how
you
does that
can't
work?
see it yet because it's in a recessed closet, so you can't see
Okay.
anything. So from your perspective, Jilbar, this is what I'll say. You could, as a free action, drop the leg. As a move action, you could pull a weapon. You won't be flat-footed because it needs the equivalent of a swift action, or the equivalent of a move action, rather, to get up. And then I don't know, could you take an attack still or no?
Well, on my turn, I probably could, but I don't think realistically I would get an attack of opportunity. It sounds
No,
like
yeah. So you're right.
yeah.
That was the attack of opportunity round. But its fate would have your neck. So
Okay, so it has emerged out of the hole. Is it fully
it has
up?
emerged and it's screaming, and you see this goblin with blood dripping from its mouth. It's got a dog eater in it, or a dog chop, or what do you call it? A dog slicer, rather.
Yeah.
And it just looks insane, for lack of a better term.
All right. Goblin fiend murderer, and I'll, as you said, free action, drop the leg I was pulling. Move action, reestablish my shield, and it's not even a 5-foot step, but I'll go ahead and take an attack.
All right, go for it.
That is just AC 10.
That is a miss.
Okay.
Is this like moving around just and you just like swing into the mantle and hit the wood. Okay, this creature goes next, and it's like
Curse you, Longshanks!
and it will take a swing at you. Oh, I gotta check on that. That's a good roll. Give me 1 second, sir. Just gotta check something. God damn it. Give me 1 sec, guys. And then knock that out. There. Go here. Here. Bear with me 1 sec. I gotta do okay, and then I gotta check one thing. That was a commando, right? Yeah. I gotta switch this to GM screen. That's there it is. Okay, now I get it. So open the character sheet. Sorry, it took a while because I was like in 20 other places. +4, so that's AC 19.
That's a miss. Bounces off my shield.
Wow.
Nice.
Okay. Okay, so next we're back at the top with Ziggy.
No, it's Finn.
Rito.
Oh, because you held your action? Oh no, I meant Finn. God.
Yep.
That's...
Yep. And I'm gonna just stay in that doorway. If anything comes, I will now ready in action. If I will cast a spell, do I have to name the spell? If I do, it's
Nope.
okay.
Nope.
Then there we go.
The Ziggy.
Since Gloric left and DTD is staying back, can I bust into the room and take a swipe at this thing?
You can bust in the room, but it's like coming out of a man. It's like attacking Jill Bar. You're gonna. Let me think about this.
Yeah. I'm definitely going in the room if there's room to get in.
You could go into the room and you could do a move action and ready an action, and I'd say you can attack it next round.
Okay, I'll do that.
Okay. And then that brings us to DTD.
So can I fire off at this thing? Can I see it yet?
So
I do have the shield with light blazing forth from it, pointed right at this.
Yeah, the problem is just from the angle of the room, it still hasn't come out enough for Ziggy, even in the doorway, and then he just got knocked over by, or for DTD, and then he just got knocked by Ziggy, and he's got to like reset himself. Not yet. You could ready an action and be ready as soon as you see it.
Well, I have been, so.
Yeah. So you're gonna hold. I would say just hold that. Okay.
I mean,
Lurk.
we should.
Lurk's throwing up.
I should. I'll tell Joe Bar. Let's get out of this room. Let's get the fuck out of this room, dude.
And speaking of people, Jill Bar, you're up.
Do I get the sense that this thing will chase me if I step back?
You get the sense that it will attack you rapidly wherever you go. But you also get the sense that stepping back, you could step back in the room, but you can't get out of the room. Like stepping back, you get one step and then you're going to fall on the bed.
Yeah. But, to their point, if I can get my allies to attack this thing as well, that's beneficial.
So what you could do is you could make an acrobatics check and jump on the bed, which would lure it out for everyone to be able to attack.
Yeah, acrobatics is really not an option in full plate. So could I take like a 5-foot step into the corner you were describing before?
No, you could go in the other corner, though. You could go in the corner adjacent to the bed.
Okay.
So if you're coming out of the closet to the right rather than the left.
Okay, so I will do that. And
John, are you coming out of the closet?
Yeah. Yes. In the R. Kelly sense of the term.
Right.
So I will move to the right of the closet.
You're gonna pee on?
Right.
Remove my codpiece and urinate. No. And so that'll be my move action, and then I'll ready an action if it follows that as soon as I can, I will swing my Warhammer.
Okay, that's fair. All right, so you do that, and the next thing is the goblin goes. It runs out, and it's just fucking crazy. So it's going to go 1 to 3 toward you, Jilbar, 4 to 6 to the left.
Is that
toward you, Jilbar?
Is that Zig? Is that Ziggy?
Yeah. So it goes toward Jilbar, and it's going to try to swing with its force stopper, and it misses wildly.
Okay, should I go ahead and take my readied action?
You can, yes.
All right. Well, the first one was the correct one, which is a 17 plus 4. That's a 21.
That's a hit.
All right. Let me see. I forget the damage on that. I think it's a die 8. It is indeed 10 points of damage.
Nice. So you severely injure it. You cut one of its hands off, and it's like, but it's still up. Not the hand holding the horse chopper.
Yeah. And then I know a couple other people had ready action. So are they able to see it?
Yeah, Ziggy.
Yeah, I'll take a swing at this fucker. Just give me a second. Probably not, but let me see. You know what though? I'm gonna use. No, I'm not too worried about this. So that is a. That's a AC 10.
Miss.
Okay.
Finn.
All right, can I throw my bomb?
Oh,
You
yeah,
realize
that's right. You've
that-
got ranged. So
If
I'll
you
say
throw
you
a bomb,
see.
it is going to do damage to us because you don't have the thing that makes it so it doesn't. So, I mean, it's going to have splash damage that hits probably Jobar and I. There is an alchemist discovery that you can make it so you don't, but
Yeah, precise bombs.
yes.
Hold on.
Like you can throw it. I'm just saying. Just
BTD,
know that splash damage will hit
BTD, make a
Jobar.
wisdom check.
Wisdom. Let's take it here. 13.
What's your wisdom?
11.
You think it would be just fine throwing a bomb.
And I'm going to do it.
Do it.
All right. See here.
The upside is this guy might die.
Touch attack. AC 10.
Miss.
Rolled shitty.
But luckily, the splash damage is still going to do damage to Jobar and I.
And probably this creature because it's a small space.
Yeah.
Yep. So roll it out.
The splash damage, I think, is
So that's 1 plus your intelligence, basically.
right. So it's gonna be just 5. Everybody takes 5 points.
Nice.
Okay.
shit.
Does that include the goblin?
That includes everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So the goblin goes, and you see him melting away in acid or whatever it is, and it is barely up.
Ooh, so I do have resistance to fire, and the normal bomb is fire, so I get 5 points of damage resistance to fire, I believe.
Okay, so you only take 1 point. Or actually, you take 0 then.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to double check it out, but yeah, I do have resistance fire.
Yep.
Okay, so that is DTD, which means it is.
Can I see it from my readied or no?
Yeah, we'll say you can just for fun.
Yeah. Okay. I will roll a die 20. Do a ray of frost. I believe that's probably a miss. That's probably like AC 14.
Touch?
Touch. Yeah, actually it is touch. Yep.
Yeah, that hits.
Nice.
He like freezes and burns at the same time.
Thank you.
Kind of.
2 points.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Describe your kill.
Nice. Ray of Frost just he peeks around the corner just far enough to get zinged by an icicle forming on the top of his head and just puncturing it like a little balloon.
Oh, sad.
And a little sad balloon at that. Yep.
All right, so you you have defeated the foe. You don't think it's quiet. You don't think there's anything else in there. As you kind of everybody do a perception check.
And we loot the dog and the little kid.
25.
Wow.
Wow.
So with a
Might not be-
25, you're kind of
might
trying to
even
piece
be better.
together the crime scene, and sadly, to the best you can tell, the father, for whatever reason, went into the closet and tried to extract this goblin or whatever, and somehow the goblin killed him and then started eating him. And
Not to
your
not to
knowledge
one
of
up, but I
goblins,
got a 26. Did I see anything more?
you two are kind of conferring and analyzing this kind of CSI Miami style, and you kind of you get the sense that this goblin was like starving and just was ravenously hungry and was eating anything it could. And
Ooh.
you just finished that, and then you have Decker run up. And he says,
Did we find the dog, by the way?
the dog is completely slaughtered.
Gotcha.
Fucker.
Decker runs up and says, "Hey, whoa, oi, everything all right?"
Well, we found the creature that was causing the problems here, and we've dealt with him. Unfortunately, Alagast was slain by this goblin, which had apparently left over from the raid and was sequestered in their closet for days.
Fucking hell. Fucking hell. I'll go get the coroner. He runs off. So you got this dead goblin, Gobbo. It does have a few things on him. You guys want to loot him?
Yeah.
Am I done
And the
throwing
kid.
up yet?
No.
Yeah, you're no longer nauseated.
Ugh.
Yeah, what does the commando have?
He has the same thing as all the other commandos the other day had.
Okay.
I could tell you now if you're curious.
I am.
Yeah, let me go to that sheet.
Let's go, Commando.
And that's what you hear from Rito.
As always.
And once we do that, I'm going to do something else, but I'm just trying to figure it out because it's a little weird.
So you...
Does it involve the wine bottle?
Whoa, is it a potion of cure moderate wounds, studded leather, masterwork, horse
all that.
copper, and
Yep.
Wow.
Okay, I got that.
Nice.
Can we tell what kind of, after we learned about all these goblins, what kind of goblin it is?
Good call.
Roll a knowledge local.
Yeah, somebody else do it.
I can do it. I want to do something else anyways, but just give me a second.
I did not do it.
I get to add a plus D6 to this too. So here's my roll. Ooh, that's terrible. Here's
Wow.
Back-to-back ones.
Here's my D6
I
just
guess-
to make it 3.
I guess we don't know.
So
I can try
just
it on
out of
train.
curiosity, I did get a 11 on knowledge local on this thing.
You're just not sure.
Okay, but I am going to try something else. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just looking at all the rules. I am going to do... All right. At second level, an occultist or a gravedigger can perform an object reading as an occultist, but only on corpses, bones, or other physical remains. And then an object reading learns how to read information from an item he examines. Examining the item requires I need to spend a minute. If the item is magic, obviously it's a body, so I can't. Just It could be
Yeah, it's kind of
secondhand.
vague what that means, but I would say that would give you the ability to at
The
least see.
occultist learns one piece of information about the past, determined by the GM. That would be the big thing, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
So you know from that it was a commando that had kind of it was separate from all the others, and it had run into this house as a hiding place, and it had ended up hiding in the closet, and then it was stuck there a couple days and it started starving, and that's why it attacked the dog and then eventually the father.
So it was just starving. Okay, that's good to know.
But the kid was okay.
Mm-hmm. Well, gnawed on his arm, but yeah.
But there
Ontario,
doesn't seem anything else. There doesn't seem anything. It was just the starving condition. It doesn't seem like he was cursed or anything else. It just seems like he was just really fucking hungry.
Correct.
Okay.
And then just as that happens, you guys are coming out. The authorities are coming in, Decker and Kington and some other people, and you're just kind of coming out and kind of just shaking your heads, and you start heading back to the Vaulted Arms, and then Mimsy runs up, and she says, "Oh, thank God I found you." Mimsy's the halfling from the Red Dragon. And
the Red Dragon?
or
the Rusty Dragon.
The Rusty Dragon, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And
but the
foreshadowing.
Dragon.
Alex and I tried to go to the Red Dragon because they're closing, but it was a 2-hour wait, so we couldn't.
Right.
Just so you know.
And thank God I found you, Jilbar. Jilbar, I just found this note. I need your help. And check out the note I just shared. It's a Mako. She's gone missing.
Oh no.
So let's read this. Who wants to read it?
Not it.
Hello, sis. I hope this letter finds you well and with some free time on your hands, because we've got something of a problem. It's to do with Father. Seems that he might have something to do with Sandpoint's recent troubles with the goblins, and I didn't want to bring the matter to the authorities because we both know that he just weasel his way out of it. You've got some pull here in town, though. If you can meet me at the Glassworks at midnight tonight, maybe we can figure out how to make sure he faces the punishment he deserves. Knock twice, and then I can't read that word because I have a spinning thing.
And then 3 times more.
Then 3 times more, and then once more at the delivery entrance, and I will let you in. In any case, I don't have to impress upon you the delicate nature of this request. If news got out, and you know the local rubes would assume that you and I were the whole thing too, don't you? They've got no honor at all around these parts. I still don't understand how you can stand to stay here. Anyways, don't tell anyone about this. There are other complications as well. Ones I'd rather talk to you in person about tonight. Don't be late. Sutso.
So actually, as you read this, you hear the cathedral clock chiming, doom, 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 doom.
It's 6 o'clock.
Doom, doom,
8.
doom, 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 and it goes silent. It's midnight. And we'll see you next week.
Damn it.
All I wanted to do was eat some goddamn boar.
That's a whole lot of doom.
Yeah.
Yeah. Have some stories. get drunk.
Yeah, well, we can assume that you were gonna do all that, and then all this other shit intervened.
Yeah.
No rest for the wicked.
No rest.
So you do know, just to kind of, as you're piecing things together and reading this, that reflecting on it all, remember Lanjuku ran in there at about 5 or 6, and they had that, weird. Well, actually, it was like 4:30, and they had that weird confrontation. And you also know, John, Jill Barr, that Pseudo, Mako's brother, hasn't been seen for years.
Yeah. Nice. Well, it sounds like next time we're headed to the Glassworks. One procedural question. Don Tarius, I took 5 points from your firebomb. Do you have any way to heal that's not magical? Or that is magical?
That's not magical?
Like, do you have just like straight up heal skill or anything like that? Although I think that takes an hour, doesn't it?
I have the heal skill.
I think that takes a long time.
Yeah, you're just gonna have to
overnight.
go. You're gonna have to roll hot 5 points down, my friend.
All right.
So when you guys,
you've
as
got
you
healing now,
prepare,
don't you? You're a cleric?
Yeah, but I just didn't necessarily want to burn a spell slot because nor am I burning a channel for only one person being hurt.
I will tell you guys this now. We had the much needed administrative slash non-fight break night that I think the adventure path called for, where we got to know each other better. We tied up some loose ends. We got some more information. When we reconvene on the 12th, you better all be prepared for a lot of death and destruction, because it's going to be a lot of cutting.
Quick question too. For those of you who wrote a story, will that be posted at some point online, Timmy? Will you put those up if you have them?
If you send me stuff, I'll post it on your characters. Yeah.
Okay.
Nice. Administratively, where is the Glassworks?
Yeah, that's a good question. What number?
Yeah, that is a good question. So the Glasswork, give me a second here, is... I got a million things to get back to. Sandpoint glance. Give me 1 second. I gotta find out myself. I don't remember. Number 20 on the map.
Okay.
I was going to say that's the most industrial looking.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.